I should be back before the counter's open.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
most amount of armor, most amount of weapons, engine, everything of the sort. So let's take it for instance like a push deck. Like if I were to make a push deck, I would look at my restrictions, which it's 3. You can only have one variant of each chassis, and then like either and only 3 assaults, or 3 heavies, 3 mediums, 3 lights. Um, so you can't exceed 3. So for me, for instance, let's say on Vitric, if I was going to make a push deck here, I know I want to get as close to 480, so the enemy team doesn't see me going under tonnage and be like, hey, they're probably gonna push. So there's a little bit of psych, a lot of that psychological stuff.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
guess that's for anyone who's unfamiliar. The tonnage is visible to your opponent in the lobby before the match is launched. Unlike ComQ, that's a feature of the private lobby. You can see both the tonnage of the total tonnage of the team, and also the which lances their players are going to be spawning in.
All right. What I missed, guys? I know I'm a couple minutes late.
Yeah, we're just got going here. Levels jumping in, joining us here. Had to run an errand. So we're talking a little bit about drop deck composition, how it plays into the various mechs that are selected on each of the maps. I guess something maybe a different map. We're waiting for the teams to get in here for the map ban. Still, I'm going to be sending some messages. But do you want to talk about what type of deck you would compose for one of these more larger maps? I don't know which Crimson or
Yeah,
Polar.
I can do Crimson, because Crimson's seen a lot of play this year, so there's been a lot of different build varieties, um, and a lot of different strats pulled here. So Crimson's kind of becoming that map where you have to play it a certain way if your enemy team does something, but you can also force fights in different positions. So a lot of fights that we're starting to see, especially towards the later end of this season, and it's going to be right over here on the island, because it's really just a big focal point between the 2 drop zones of Team 1 and Team 2. So, and it's a really really good position to have because it allows teams to kind of do like cap strats and everything, really force their will with map control. So, and say if you're doing a map control strat, you're gonna have a mix of your kill pack, some long range trade. You're looking at like stalkers with ER large, dire wolves with Gauss ER large. We've seen some blood ass rancors with ER large as well. Supernovas, for instance. And as well as you're looking towards your heavies, we're starting to see like skulls are being played very well because of how fast they can go with mask and everything.
Yeah.
Crusaders, like, our staple pick at this point. I don't think I've seen a team not bring a Crusader.
Oh, that's a hard one. I've seen a lot of matches. I can't recall specifically not seeing a Crusader, but I'm not sure if it's got a 100% pick rate either. That'd be something that rewatching the VODs I would have to do to know that. Um, it's a very
I'm
popular mech though.
I'm willing to put money that there's been at least one Crusader of every drop.
Okay, between the two teams, sure, yes,
Yes,
that seems like a
absolutely.
safe bet. Now, every team having taken a Crusader in every drop would be a little bit more
Oh,
risky.
you could probably say that about the Viper right now.
Yeah, Viper is a very strong
Yeah, I
pick
think
as well.
I think it's a quitessential mech in everyone's deck right now.
yeah, because of its speed, its maneuverability, and how much firepower you can put on it. Those
Oh,
three basic principles whenever you're wanting to make a mech do as you need it to do. So if I was gonna do cap cap strat here on Crimson, and let's say I was Team 2, for instance, I would immediately send for my lights to go for Sigma and Kappa, to grab those caps and grab as much as possible without getting shot. Granted, those spots right there are very close to the drop zone, so I'm
Yeah,
sending my faster guys to Kappa and my little bit slower ones to Sigma. And then so now from here you can take it one of two ways. You can either try and make the trek me grab this. You can try and make the trek from Kappa over to Theta here, or you can have your bigs win their trade fights and swing around the backside of Island here, and to take Epsilon, and that allows the bigs to be able to maneuver. So that way they have sightlines on Sigma, Kappa, and Epsilon. You can't really have a whole lot of good sightlines on Gamma because it is in a depression. So you can't really get any good sightlines, so it's really hard to protect it. So if you're going to do an island side hold, those are the 3 caps are more likely going to hold. Same thing from the other side. You would just want to force... You just got to give up a little bit more to take that Kappa hold, that Kappa, if you really want to push for a 4. But most teams are satisfied with 3. Because I think it's... If I remember the math correctly, it's like a ticket every 1.8 seconds or something like that.
I think it's 1.5. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I could be mistaken on that math. So
it's definitely more than 1 second for some weird reason.
I think it was 1.7 when I mathed it out. Somewhere like 1.65 or 1.7. It makes it tricky to do some math there, but yeah.
So and if you do that cap shot from team 2, like you have so much map control and so much, and you have to force the enemy team to play into your hand. So you already have your assault set up. Like we've seen, for instance, a lot of the higher end teams will have, where is it at? Here it is. For all intents and purposes, like we see like traders up here, up on Hotel 4. Not really working. Just do this. From Hotel 4, we see a lot of like Blood Asks, I think maybe like a Corsair or 2, but stuff that has a lot of really long range, and of course it's going to be ER larges. ER larges are one of the easiest ways to get guaranteed damage. You just have to be able to track it very well.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and cut you off there. There's more to talk about. We'll have some time to talk some more later. But I'm going to go ahead and get us started on the map ban here, or map select, as it is more accurate, as this is a best of 5.
We still call it map ban, though. I'm still not sure. But hey, we roll with it. All right. Got the map ban up. Oh, well, we wait on the ban to happen. That H4 spot you did mention, Dyer. I've only seen a couple teams really use it, and I think it was last week, or maybe it was the week before, we watched a team. They did like a push strat, but they held one there for a while, and so it was like out of the fight for almost the whole match. So Hotel 4, while it is a strong trading position, it is very far from most of the map. But it's a strong position if you're doing if you're holding Sigma Kappa, and I guess your lights are dealing with Theta or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's that spot has its pros and cons. Like pro, it's a great spot to like receive a push if you have a Blood Ass, for instance, like the Rancor. If you have a Rancor up there with a really big T comp, because it has that 5% extra range in the CT. Just really be able to start doing damage a lot further away while that push is happening. It can also kind of hold down Kappa, hold down Sigma just a little bit. Really trade well against stuff on the island. But once your team kind of rotates away, and like I was talking about earlier, like that island hold, you can't really move with them because it comes, and you can't really give a whole lot of covering far, because once, let's say, they cross over the island over past Echo 3 to go take Epsilon, you're essentially out of that fight.
100%. I wouldn't say essentially. You're absolutely out of that fight.
All right, we got map selects coming in here. The first map is going to be Polar Highlands, and Dark Sea Corsairs pick that one. Second map is going to be Mining Collective.
All right.
Polar Highlands being the first pick map is a little bit unusual. That's a map that a lot of teams have been leaving for
That's a
fourth or fifth map.
that's an asserting my dominance move right there. DSC
Yeah,
has
I'm wondering.
come to assert their dominance on Fjord tonight.
Yeah, are we smelling a cap strat there? Like, are we going to see a capping commando running around the outside of the map again?
I expect they either have a cap strat in the in the pocket, or probably even you know what? I was going to say a brawl, but I don't think we've seen much brawl from DSC this season. So yeah, they're probably going to do a range hold and have a cap bot just run circles around Fjord. That's what they're going to try to do. Sure.
All right, third map going to be Vitric, Hibernal, then Crimson.
Ooh, I like this.
So Crimson is the last map. That's the other map where it's a little bit larger, less likely to be. Well, I don't even know if it's less likely to be brawled. It's a map that has a lot of variety to it in terms of potential playstyles to an extent. Not really a cap strat map though.
Um, Crimson, I probably wouldn't say it's a brawl map. I would argue in favor of aggressive pushing with mid and long range mechs can be effective if you want to go that route. Um, but a lot of that, there's a lot of open ground, especially in that water, that makes a brawling, like pure actual like NSR style brawling, really hard to achieve. I see DSC is in the lobby. Where's Fjord?
Uh,
They got their team leader in, so they can invite the rest of the players when it comes time.
Oh,
Lyrics, don't forget the stream, please.
I got you. I got you.
Sorry, what was missing?
The stream.
Oh, right.
1 second. Let
Yes.
me change that up. I'm going to do a 30 frames per second just to make sure it's more stable. There we go. All right. You officially get the worst seat in the house? I think I'm streaming to Twitch at 60 frames per second. Yeah. All right, you get the worst seat in the house at 30.
Okay, I just need to make sure I've got the team sides correct here. I'm seeing Dark Sea Corsairs being team 1 for the first drop. Then again, they're going to be team 1 for the second drop, team 2 for the third drop, team 2 for the fourth drop, and team 1 for the fifth drop. So a little bit of lobby swapping to do there when the time comes. We'll start things off with
I smell shenanigans.
so I got to do a little bit of rotation here. Nothing.
While we wait on Fjord to be slow, I'm going to eat my lunch, which it just happens to be a McChicken. Just a single one.
All right, we're starting things off with Polar Highlands. Okay. Okay. Polar Highlands first map. That is wild in my estimation here.
Does not compute, eh?
It was pretty unpopular earlier on, so yeah, a little bit surprised to see it here to start things off.
I will say, not saying this is like their train of thought, but last year DPS, because we knew mining was going to be what everyone played, and that's what everyone's going to be practicing on and stuff, we had a lot of success perma-banning the two most popular maps, which was mining and I can't remember what the other one was, but we forced people a lot on like Grimplexes and then it hard NSR them and stuff. So I could see like trying to start off on a map that you're hoping your opponent probably doesn't practice very often or as much as they do the other maps, and then get an early win, get that pressure on them, the morale boost, so to speak, for your team, and then the morale slump for the opponents, and play that psychological warfare game.
Yeah. So I guess I can't even remember the teams. It was Crossfire versus Clan Crossfire versus yeah, it was Hunters of Fjordlands or Fjord last week, where we saw that cap strat. It was a commando running around the outside of the map, more or less, just going the circuit. And we'll discuss Gamma in a second here, but they did end up making the full lap around the map back to Epsilon in the end, while the rest of the team kind of played more of a holding position, receiving line against a team that was not looking to push and was rather hesitant with that push to begin. Kind of, um, hesitated around Theta a fair bit, and I'm just gonna bring up that there was a Blood Asp located at Gamma while the Capping Commando was standing on Gamma, but the Blood Asp was shooting toward Theta instead of defending the Cap, which in hindsight was probably a mistake. It was a very close drop though overall. Basically at the end there were two mechs left for Hunters of Fjordland. They needed to win either the fight on Sigma or delay with the Commando against a Black Lantern on Epsilon, and had to stop that cap from being taken by the opponent. The Commando ended up winning the 1v1 against the damaged Black Lantern, and by getting the kill, the game was over on caps. Just too many legged survivors that couldn't make it to relevant parts of the map for Clan Crossfire. A very good match. If anyone hasn't watched it, I've given you spoilers now, but it's worth going back and rewatching in the VODs, either on Twitch or on YouTube. They're located in both locations. Yeah, so I'm wondering if everybody's
Now,
involved in playing in this tournament has probably seen that strat by now. I
well,
don't think.
while we're talking about Cap Commandos, I will say previous comp seasons, I know Dyer has just as much PTSD as I do over friggin' SRM capping commandos coming in and it's like all those injured mechs just sweeping them away. You know what I mean? Being and
Yeah,
oh, Knives, I know you're out there, buddy. Oh, I'm coming for you
yeah.
one day.
Knives was very good on that capping or commando. It wasn't really just capping at that time. It was actually a
No,
combat capable, tanky little guy that
yeah.
was very difficult to kill when he played it, and some other competent pilots playing it.
Hey,
And
I
I
can
took it to
hear it in
quick
your
play.
voice too. You're just as
Oh,
traumatized by it as I am.
oh, that mech was unkillable for like 2 years running or a year and a half or something. But when I played
Uh,
it, I couldn't stay alive. So there is something to it. Right now it's not really in the meta, so you're probably only going to see it as a cap bot right now.
they
It
bring
is,
in like
I
advanced
believe it's the
SRFs.
fastest mech in the game in terms of raw speed without mask if you max out the engine. So, but I'm sure that Darkseid Corsairs have seen that, so they're going to be thinking about it probably right now, and they've probably thought about it this week coming into this match. Probably have an idea of what they're going to do against it if that ends up happening.
Yeah, nice terrorized Div B and C in that commando.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring it up again here for anyone joining us that this is an elimination match. This is the losers bracket. Teams can lose one time in the winners bracket, get bumped down to the losers bracket, but if they lose a second match in the losers bracket, they are ejected from the tournament. So,
Double
um,
elimination.
yeah, both these teams here have a little bit on the line today.
Yeah, whoever wins, it's it's a keeps the chance at the grand finals going. The loser,
Yeah.
unfortunately, has to sit out the other 100 teams.
Yeah, theoretically, both these teams are still live as of today to make it to the finals.
Yes.
All right, teams are just about ready here. I'm going to switch my scene over, see if just waiting for the lock. Both teams at 480 tons, so nobody's dropping under tonnage. No low tonnage shenanigans here.
You sound disappointed.
You can see the lances here on the screen for anyone viewing, but they don't really tell us a whole lot because
All the lances are
um,
right beside each other.
yeah, they're like 50 meters apart. It doesn't matter which lance mech is in on this map, really, for the most part. Teams are ready to go, so let's go ahead and launch.
It should be exciting.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely is. This is there are 4 matches today. I don't want to give out my favorites exactly.
Yes, you
They're
do.
probably all worth it watching for anyone who's really into this. But
Caster bias confirmed.
Dark Sea Corsairs versus Fjord. That is one of the matches that is most unclear who's going to win out of all the matches today. There's a couple that aren't that I suspect could go to 5 games. This is one of them. Hope to see it.
All right, I'm going to waddle over to the DSC. Drop
Okay,
zone.
I'm going to look at Hunters of the Fjordlands coming in here in the red. Oh, did I switch the overlay? I did not.
I'll start with DSC. We got a Spider 5V Executioner Viper F Sun Spider Hero, a Crusader 6T Warhammer 9D Beagle Rival, and Black Lantern. That Rival will be Peeps. Lantern, I am assuming is Micropulse and all that good jazz. That 5V I believe is a Cap Spider, so it looks like you were right about DSC and a Cap game here. And the Sun Spider is Large Pulse. Large Pulse and lasers. It's laser bomb. The Never Jack.
Hold on. Do I have the overlays?
We have gained Epsilon.
You need me to go over the Hunters, Max, real quick?
I'm looking at 2 rosters that both have a whole bunch of players from the same.
Hunters is taking an SRM Commando 3A, but that Commando is looking a little on the slow side. So I'm a little worried about that. They are running a Viper, Shadowcat. What's on the Shadowcat? Let's see here. It is machine guns and ER large lasers. They also got their own Crusader 6T. That'll probably be ER peeps. ER large lasers actually. Executioner, ER large. Yeah, Fjord went with the lasers over peeps. DSC went peeps over lasers for a lot of stuff. And this Marauder is the large pulse. One large pulse, one Gauss. Sorry, 2 large pulse, 3 ER mediums, and 1 Hag 40.
All right. So we've got early plays here for Theta from Hunters of Fjordlands. They brought a Viper with ER Mead, so that is not a brawl diving Viper. Execution is go a quad ER large. This is looking kind of range here. ER large on the Crusader, triple ER large. So not a pure dedicated trader like a 5 ER large or 4 ER large build would be. That mech could get out traded, but they've definitely gone trade heavy here. Summoner is peeps with backups, so yeah, not looking to brawl.
Both teams have 2 guys on a DSC has 2 guys on Kappa. Fjord has 2 guys on Gamma. So I kind of feel there's going to be a rotation incoming.
Yeah.
Kind of quick play-ish.
Commando's going for back cap right now. Artillery Hamster playing that Commando to SRM6 on that, going around the backside. It's quite a walk, but they will eventually make it to their target.
I will say I'm not sure about the Hag 40 Marauder, and he is taking a lot of damage here out in the open. He is backing up into cover though, but he has a strike on him.
Looks like the push is starting to come in here. Darksea Corsairs, they know they're on a 3 cap. I don't know if they spotted the Commando yet or not, but they know it's a possibility. So they're
Hollow's
being a little bit more aggressive here.
Hollowed is really injured, actually. His legs open and his torsos are really messed up. Hey, what's this light mech gets over here, takes FCs? DSC is going to be in a really bad position now. I am surprised because, like I mentioned, that Commando is actually kind of going slow for being a Commando, but it's getting the job done. I have lost track of their of DSC Spider though, because that thing's a Cap Spider, so I'm not sure where it went.
He's in here in the fight. Caps, so
yeah, he's here in the fight. Am I wrong about it? Is it it's the 5V is the Cap Spider, isn't it?
Yeah, where is that Spider? What is the build on it?
He's in the center. It's 2 medium X pulse.
The Spider's not a mech that I would expect him to take for combat purposes. Oh, gets backshot there a little bit from the Executioner. Wasn't looking the correct direction. No, the Spider's looking to fight. It's a 3-cap right now to Theta got decapped, so it's 3 caps to 1. That is trouble. It's 300 caps
Ooh,
right now. The push is
Raven and the
here.
Crusader just got picked. Good, good pick by DSC there. They scared off
Yeah.
BKL, but that Marauder did go down.
Marauder's down as well, so that's 2 down on the side of Hunters of Fjordlands as Darksea Corsairs is pushing. The Summoner is open center torso, will be going down shortly. So that's 3 dead, but the caps are at 3, well, not quite 400 yet. Commando's still trying to get a cap there. Getting the 4 cap would definitely assist. Viper's almost legged. Viper needs to keep that leg alive for the cap hopes to stay up. But that Viper got legged and is going down.
Viper probably should have. About a minute ago, Fjord was losing the fight, and Viper probably should have went off for caps for sure. DSC they pushed really well with their executioner and all their lights towards Gamma, and now they've mopped up half of Fjord's team. I'm looking over here. It looks like Iron Wolfpack's about to get picked by Hollow and Zelk.
Yeah, that's definitely going to go down in a second here. Warhammer's almost legged for on Hollow though, so taking a leg off of mech when it's a cap type situation, but there's still 8 mechs alive right now for Darksea Corsairs. Hunters of Fjordlands are down to 3 mechs. Now, it's the Cap Commando, the ER Large Shadow Cat, which is trying to do Captain I believe, and then there's also the Black Lantern, which is looking to fend a cap here. So it's going to be about Darksea Corsairs. Oh, that Shadow Cat's taking a lot of damage.
This Shadow
here.
Cat should have just hid, waited for them to get on the cap, and then pestered them so they couldn't take it at that point. But
yeah, they were firing at a cap, I do believe, but they were standing a little bit too close to one of the other caps. If you're drawing mechs towards you, you don't want to be standing near a cap point in this type of a situation.
100%.
It looks like the cap and commandos maybe gotten caught as well, and that looks like a 2v1 that's going on in the background. I'm watching the Black Lantern here getting chased down by a Black Lantern and an Executioner.
That's what I was watching too. I'll go check out the Commando over here. Commando is completely pinned between the Beagle and the Viper. And that Spider, the one that's perplexed us, is now fighting. He might actually get this pick here.
Yeah, Black Lantern's been legged. Marquis de Lafayette
Commando's
goes down.
been legged. He's going down too.
Railstar, both legs are open, but this is game. So Darksea Corsairs, they knew the strat. They came prepared. They brought a little bit more speed with that capping Spider, although the Spider didn't do a lot of capping.
Yeah, he fought. I don't understand what I watched, but yeah, absolutely.
It's got high DPS now with those X-Pulse lasers, but they definitely didn't sit back. They knew what was happening right away, so they made that adjustment here based off of the previous team that they had seen play this, and they came prepared to push.
Now, I will say, I just looked at the map real quick on the battlefield. Fjord's mechs are dead like everywhere, right? One thing I did notice is DSC. They played more together as a group. They had that pack that included like the Executioner and a few of their mediums and one of their lights that just maneuvered and picked off little groups of Fjord, 1 or 2 at a time, and it paid off dividends. Fjord did get that 4 cap, but DSC managed to wipe out their team quick enough that it didn't matter in the end. They had all their mechs. They just had to split up into teams of 2, take 4 of the caps and hold those, and GG's.
Neither team brought a lot of DPS in their bigger mechs, their larger mechs. That wasn't a deck that was fully dedicated to fast push or anything like that from Darksea Corsairs.
I will say GG's both teams.
Okay. So we're going to Mining Collective as our next map. I don't know. Do you want to do a breakdown on Polar Highlands there, or do you want to move on?
We'll have we do have an expert here who can give us even better insight than we currently have. While we get these 2 teams going, we'll switch to me and him will switch to the map while you get the teams going.
I mean, everything y'all were saying was exactly what I saw. Definitely, there was some mech lab issues,
For sure.
Particularly on the Fjord side, some builds I haven't even seen or tested myself. Um, and like I talked about it last week too. Is like if you're gonna bring a Crusader, one of its most important assets is being able to put the amount of hard points it has to be able to put all of that damage to something of use. And we're starting to see like the like binary large laser cannons on Crusaders.
Yeah.
With the two of those with the 12 smalls, the ERPPC's 12 smalls, heavy peep, light peep 12 smalls, snubs and 12 smalls. If you notice, there's a trend here.
Yeah.
That Crusader, that 3 or large 11 small laser, it doesn't. It might not seem like much, but it's towards the long run. Whenever you need to fight something, or you are getting pushed by lights, having to do a push yourself, that like having that 12 small laser DPS on that Crusader is huge. And I definitely think that Crusader build was not the right one to bring, personally. Like it's, in my opinion, it's not even like a top 5 Crusader build that you should be running at this stage of the game. So, Fjord really obviously tried to do a, switch, like, hey, you've seen us brawl so many times, but we can do this. And it ultimately didn't work because DSC not only played a lot better together than Fjord did, which is surprising because Fjord, all they do is pack tactics. Their focus fire was a lot better than Fjord's, and they just had a really, really good sense of the map and where everything was. Like, there wasn't at one point I was worried for DSC throughout that entire fight. So I think Fjord relied just a little bit too much on the cap strat there, than actually killing mechs.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to preparation and Dark Sea Corsairs. They didn't sit back and wait until there were too many caps taken. They made that push, even if their mechs weren't necessarily fully designed for pushing. They made a push anyways. They did know that they were up on numbers because the commando again is stepping on Epsilon, so they can see that.
Oh, if one of the Fjord guys, I have to know how fast was that commando? Felt like it was only going
Yeah,
about 120. Should be
I
going
didn't want
like
to
on
risk jumping into
65.
first person to find out myself. That was kind of too many issues with trying to go into an out of first person view.
Well, I mean, he was packing 2S or M6,
Yeah,
so he definitely had to strip a little bit, but I think he was still going about 160.
I mean
I
it's gonna
definitely
be
think he's around there.
somewhere in the neighborhood of 150 plus, right? I mean,
Well, you also
um,
got to remember, the Commando did get like a 50% missile ammo quirk a couple months ago, so it can definitely carry more ammo and
well,
actually do fighting. So
or pull some tonnage from ammo and put that tonnage toward engine would be kind of more what you're getting
yeah,
at there with that ammo quirk.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
not about carrying more ammo; it's about having more speed.
Team One's
Basically just
locked.
free tonnage.
Teams Two
Team
is
one is
on
locked. All right.
is in the middle of it. I figured let's go talk a little bit about mining. All right, Dyer.
oh, this map, we could talk about this map for ages, but it's pretty simple. Um, a lot of teams like to do rotate this map north and south. Like for instance, let's just take what DSC set up for Team One. They're set up Alpha Bravo. Kind of interesting, honestly, with 2 and Charlie. So I'm willing to bet you they're probably going to try and take Kappa, Sigma, Theta, and hold that northern side, and kind of force Fjord down to the south. Well, if you're looking at how Fjord's stacked right now, they're stacked 3-3-2. So they're both are really. I think Fjord's trying to hide. Oh, never mind. They just swapped 1 to Alpha, so they're probably going to push the south side here. But you got a lot of pop tarting places, a lot of trade places. This is one. Just looking at, yeah, they're swapping all over the place.
Okay, so
Okay, so they're doubling Alpha and Charlie. Yeah, they're
Yeah,
definitely going
this
to.
is
They're stacking this 100%. This down here.
yeah.
that's going to be a push along the Echo
Yeah,
line or Fox line, kind of. I guess the main point is this
yeah.
Echo 4, Fox 4 high
Take
ground.
this early, apply pressure, and force the enemy to have to take the north side, and then shoot from here to these guys crossing. Free farm.
Okay, and just before the teams lock here, I'm going to go ahead and mention that we're seeing two mechs in Bravo, in the Bravo lands, which indicates to me that they're going to take cakes as opposed to just sending a light mech to grab Kappa and rejoin. They're going to actually put some mechs up on that high ground range position of cakes as it is.
One thing
Is what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, I would think the same thing. One thing DPS did is we used a rival that went Kappa and then joined Cakes, and then we had like a big Pop Tart trade mech, like an Executioner or something, head up here. So that's where our 2 mechs would go. So instead of this mech going like Kappa and then rejoining the fight with the other lights, this would actually be the traitor. So he would just, sprint here and then just jump up here, and then he can do this whole maneuver in like a minute.
Okay, less talking, more fighting.
All right, is Team 2 locked?
Yes, they are.
All right.
All right, I think I've got the team sides correct on the labels. Sure hope so. I need to remember to check that.
I'll try to help.
Yeah, there aren't very many team swaps going on here. Just the initial one I completely blanked on. Didn't catch that until, I don't know, 30 seconds, a minute into the drop. So got a little bit lucky there. And we're getting off. Mining Collective. Yeah.
Bring back Ball Society? What? All right, which ones are you taking a look at?
I'm looking at Hunters of Fjordlands in the red coming in. Grab some builds here real quick. Summoner SRMs, that tells us everything we need to know. Dervish, also SRM with some small laser, Snubnose PPC, and small laser Crusader. The Arrow Blackjack coming in with medium X Pulse heavy machine gun. Medium X Pulse, interesting. Executioner, 2 large pulse, bunch of red lasers, so definitely pushy. Marauder's got that Hag 40 large pulse ER mead build, I believe same as last time. SRMs on the Mist Links, and then a Viper here with standard machine gun brawl.
So DSC is basically running a bunch of peeps of all varieties. They have one mech, the Warhammer 9D, running binaries, but I mean, they got some interesting combinations of peeps on these mechs. Like the Phoenix Hawk is a light peep and a heavy peep. Crusader is a normal peep and a heavy peep. They're
making rotation already.
Oh wow, yeah, they are.
So they go. I mean, they based off the spawns, they probably already knew was coming, but they definitely set up a little bit, confirmed it, and
DSC rotating away from the push very, very well. The whole pack is getting out of there. But DSC is coming fast. They're just going to cut straight through.
Running through they're a little bit scattered. They're broken up here on their push. Running through a kill box right now.
Oh, they need to regroup.
I mean, that Marauder's lagging quite far behind, and they're going to be not quite in a concave here, but they're definitely got a lot of
DSC definitely has a firing line, and if Fjord doesn't get all these guys together and push as one, this is going to end in what we see all the time, which is Congo lines. Executioner got in there. Phoenix Hawk firing in. This Phoenix Hawk's about to go down.
Yeah, Executioner from Iron Wolf Pack has taken a lot of damage, tanked on the way in.
It's a lot of back damage. He still has torso armor. All right, Fire Ant does go down. Iron Wolf Pack, 32%, still kicking. Okay, he finally goes down. Indian and that Crusader, Viper. I think he's lagged. Yeah, he's
Viper
lagged and about to die.
Fire there.
Fjord might be able to pull this off if they keep this focus fire up.
Yeah, they need to start chaining those kills fast. The Viper's gone down, so the focus is returning to the main. Now Summoners.
Oh no, they're spreading their fire. We got people shooting Warhammers, Summoners, a little bit of everything. They just got to double down and focus here. All right, Summoner does go down.
Yeah, so kills are even, but what I'm seeing here is a couple mechs starting to kite back. That Shadow Cat in particular is concerning to me. If that managed to escape from the fight, looked like it powered down though.
Oh.
But if it escapes from the
Artillery Hamster is totally tunnel vision. He just got alpha'd in the side by that Warhammer and completely shrugged it off as if it didn't happen, as he just barrels down on this Shadow Cat. I'm enjoying
Shadow
this.
Cat needs to get some range here. It's going to be about whether or not it can be kited out. And I think I favor Darksea Corsairs here, even though they're down 2 mechs right now.
Paulo just got picked. This Firestarter, if they just get one lucky shot on this Firestarter's leg, I don't know. Oh no, yeah, they're not kiting very well. They keep stopping to fight.
Yeah.
Shadowcat shut down.
Oh, no,
goes down.
On.
Oh, this is Fjords. This is 100% Fjords.
I think that's a second power down I saw on that Shadowcat.
Oh no! Did they not see him over here? Oh, he got the free back shot on the blackjack.
So I'm wondering if that blackjack, it's an Innisphere mech. It might be an extra light engine. If it loses side torso, it might die. I want to find out here. Hopefully, Royal Star can demonstrate. No, it is a light engine.
Royal's going to get this pick.
Down. Yeah, Royal Star's legged.
Oh, he lost that leg. Oh no! If he didn't lose the leg, he could at least maybe got another kill or two. But
yeah, I like to believe, but
GG's.
Yeah, it looked scary, that
rough.
Push going through.
Oh, that looks so rough. I thought for sure they were going to fall apart.
Darksea Corsairs didn't have a concave. They were all on one piece of terrain receiving, and their flankers that should have been pulling off to the side were not. That's where it failed in my mind.
Yeah. Receiving a push, you need that concave. You need the people shooting in the sides from the fight.
I'm gonna give a credit to the Viper as well for drawing some aggro.
Oh, he drew all the aggro.
Shooting at it for a fair bit of time there. I'm gonna throw the scores up here for everyone.
Pew Pew Gunther in the Summoner, racking almost 700 damage. Yeah, he came to party and he didn't disappoint.
So, that blackjack makes me extremely happy.
Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, so fun fact, Theorex, you could also, in theory, make that a standard engine build, but it's better with LFE, just for tonnage reasons. So, really, really happy we actually got to see it, because that's a lot of DPS on that arrow, because it got rate of fire increased to 50%, if I remember correctly. I could be mistaken.
That's pretty substantial if it did.
Yeah, and it just got buffed. So yeah, it's really awesome to see. Like, that would not be surprised if we see it a little bit later in this match as well. Again, like, I think Fjord caught DSC out with their metaphorical pants down. Like, there was no reason for, like, you saw exactly where they were gonna be in the lobby screen. You knew exactly what was happening before the game even dropped. Why were you not already set up? Why were you not already set up to that northern side? You have lights for a reason that go extremely fast. You have UAVs. You have all these assets that you can use. Fjord had that from the very beginning because DSC just took too long to rotate.
Yeah,
pushing out there was extremely, extremely sketchy. I'm surprised they didn't lose more mechs during that fight, but they pushed right through the death zone and they man-moded it up there. So props to Fjord for, just taking and committing to that fight. The Viper, like you said earlier, that was very huge for him, just to draw just a little bit of damage away from the main force to actually do some stuff. So I don't really have much else there.
To add to what you said about DSC, DSC locked first. So right before the match started, they knew that Fjord stacked Charlie and Alpha. So they should have started the rotation away, like those guys that they had. Because they did have 4 in Alpha and 2 in Charlie. Those guys should have just beelined straight towards Delta 3 while the Delta 3 guys just went across the map.
I think you still want to wait for the scout, for the simple reason that FJRD might be, or Fjord might be, faking you out. Because they know that which lances they're spawning in. So when they spawn Charlie Alpha, they're spawning Charlie Alpha. You go, well, they're obviously brawl pushing Echo 4. Maybe they pull a psych and they do something else, and then, like, you play into their hands. Like, it's a big brain thing, right? Get that scout. It's not hard. you pop-tart a light mech, a Viper, something up top. You get you see like 2-3 mechs. If you see Dervish, you know they're brawl pushing. If you see a summoner, maybe you see it's SRMs, you know they're brawl pushing, right? And and really they made the rotation early enough, I would say, Darksea Corsairs. The problem is that, and this is what I was talking about here, is that all of their mechs are stacked up in this Delta 3, Delta 4 box. If they had taken a couple of their mechs and just looped them over to Theta high ground while this push was occurring, because the Unga Bunga going through this low ground here, the kill box, right? You don't want to leave mechs in Echo 3; they're going to get picked. But if you leave them all in this one this one high ground terrain, very good for receiving, but you need distance between brawlers. You run a couple mechs out, like the Shadow Cat and the Firestarter, over to Theta. You start putting back shots. And what also happens is that the brawlers can't chain the kills. Every mech that is legged is still in the fight as long as there's a target next to it. But you start stretching them out, and then the brawlers that are legged can't keep up in the fight. And you just loop 2 mechs over to Theta, start shooting into the sides, and that's all it would take, in my mind.
I don't think you're wrong there. But one thing I wanted to point out about the whole they could have immediately rotated thing was from both outside lances, Bravo to Bravo, Alpha to Alpha, have a sight line straight to the other, right outside each other's spawn, right? So you could sit here for like 2 seconds, and if you see anything running down this line, right? Well, if you see all 4 of these guys running down this line, you know something's up, and then you can call for the rotation, which would still be earlier than the rotation happening after the enemy team, the whole enemy team got here to Echo 4. But as you said, better scouting could have also saw that before Fjord was stacked here.
All right. Well, we've got teams that are working their way toward. Oh wait, both teams are ready up. We didn't even talk about Vitric, but I think we're good without talking about Vitric today, right?
Everybody knows what happens on Vitric. All right.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go ahead and kick us off here.
It's just which side has the better side. There is a difference between the two sides.
Oh, we're not getting to that philosophical debate.
There's nothing philosophical about it. It is true.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to move on here. We're skipping discussing the upcoming map.
I'm kicking our professional
a refresher
out.
on it, you can pause the stream, come back, watch 5 YouTube videos from last week when we talked about Vitric. Basically, I'll give you the TLDR. One team's probably going to push the ramps. The other team's probably going to receive. Or maybe they both push. But it's going to be about this high ground ramps.
Spoilers, dude. Jesus.
Here we go.
All right, which team you taking a look at?
I'm going to go ahead and look at Darksea Corsairs here, coming in on the red.
Command coming in. Capture and hold the resource points. Stop any hostiles that get in your way.
We've got a Nightstar with AC5, Ultra 5, so definitely a receive mech. Firestarter, Light PPC, nothing to tell us a whole lot. SRMs on the Mistlings, Kodiak, AC10, ERPPC, 2 ERPPC. That is going to be a little bit hotter, but better at trading if that's what's going to happen. Heavy peeps on the Crusader. UAC 10, UAC 5 Mad Cat, another excellent high DPS receive mech. They brought an Arctic Cheetah with heavy machine gun, small pulse, and the Viper's getting the scout here at the center.
Have these teams been scrimming each other? They have very similar decks.
Well, they play a similar style. There are differences, though.
Hunters, Dervish, and Summoner are SRM bombers, big SRM bombers. So
yeah, and that changes what this drop deck is going to try
Redbeard
to
and
do.
House are on top of the map here in center. Ooh, Redbeard just took a huge hit. It's only 10%, but something got hurt. Oh, his side torso's red.
Okay, side torso does matter on the Viper. There are differences between these two decks. This is a mid-range push deck from Hunters of the Fjordlands, and it's definitely a receive deck from Darksea Corsairs with both that Mad Cat and the Marauder. Although, okay, we're going to see the Super Mario jump up here right now. It's coming. Viper made it up. It's not very coordinated.
Oh, no, it's not coordinated at all. And the Firestarter just got pushed off by the Summoner. Oh, the Arctic Cheetah's diving the Firestarter underneath.
Now, there's an issue with Darksea Corsairs receive here. They're too split. They're leaving the Kodiak hanging on the one side. They're trying to make the rotation.
Yeah, this Kodiak's about to pop.
And what we usually see is the lights going against the spine,
DSC
but nothing is pushing at the ramps.
DSC's focusing the Mistlings.
Darksea Corsair is not doing an excellent job with the receive here.
Fjord's not doing the best. It's not the most coordinated push I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
They still have 3 mechs that are not even in this fight at all. Still stuck at center.
Oh, they were.
They were in the
I
fight
thought
until the mechs out in their line of sight died.
Yeah.
They need to pull this fight back out in the open so their bigs can get in. Because fighting in this little gap will go in DSC's favor.
I'm seeing a fair bit of fire here from the Kodiak and the Mad Cat, so they've got targets that they're shooting at. Whether or not they're able to connect, like definitely want to be shooting at the bit larger mechs with those UACs, not the lights. But Arctic Cheetah here on the side is legged, still has some machine guns, legged in half, doing a little bit of harassment on that Crusader. Crusader
just ignoring,
just leaving it, walking away.
That's the smart play. Oh, he's going to stop to fight it. I guess it's fine.
So map control is definitely in the favor of Fjord right now.
Revan goes down, Indian goes down. Both sides lost their heavy.
This Mad Cat from Hollow is open both side torsos, could lose its guns in very short order. It's using cover here. Okay,
Ooh,
they made a play for the cap, but that ended up losing a mech there.
The Crusader dropping down to go after that Arctic Cheetah that had most of its weapons and stuff picked confuses me just a little bit because he's taking too long getting this fight. Because I think everyone over here is dead now, so he's the last forward.
It stops the possibility of a back cap. Now we're talking about caps at 200 on each side. That doesn't seem likely, but there's Darksea Corsairs are pinned in a tunnel from the mechs on the ramp, and if they continue to sit there, Theta becomes important eventually. Like we're talking 3 minutes.
They are making a play to get out of there, but that Firestarter, both his legs are open.
Kodiak's one touch center torso. Ooh. That is open red.
All right, Mislinks his leg. The Firestarter, both his legs are open too. One lucky shot will shut down their attempt to break out and cap.
Yeah, Fjord's playing this a little bit too much around caps. I'm talking about caps, but I don't think it's a primary concern yet. That's very tertiary. We have a Firestarter coming up for backstabs on the Mad Cat. Mad Cat is unaware. 8-1 volley in the back. Now is turned around. Now is this coordinated? Yes.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Back from the Mad Cat.
Hollow. Oh, and he manages to get Hollow. Oh, he managed to get Hollow before he died.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. Firestarter, both legs are open. This might actually come down to caps, but really?
This Crusader's going slow. Is he leg?
Crusader's
oh my god.
Yeah, Crusader's leg.
Oh, did he cook himself? He cooked.
Firestarter is on the verge of being legged, and the Kodiak is open center torso.
Well, the Kodiak just has to stay out of range of the Firestarter.
Safe play here for Royal Star would be to go get caps, but I don't know if they're aware of the Crusader. Crusader's, oh no. Oh,
what we got here?
We've got a Crusader.
Is he going to get a shot?
Firestarter. The Firestarter doesn't know the Crusader's there, but the Crusader wasn't quite fast enough. I don't know if the Crusader knows the Firestarter is there. Definitely is looking for it.
Keep going late. Keep going left. Keep going left.
The Firestarter's going for the Kodiak.
Oh!
Gets the kill.
Good.
Now the position's revealed, though. The Crusader should know where that Firestarter is. It's all down to that Crusader. Can the Crusader find the legs off of this Firestarter before the caps tick out?
Crusader is still 2 ER peeps. He has the range to hit this Firestarter.
Shooting at the Mislinks. The Mislinks doesn't matter. It's the Firestarter that matters.
That's twice. It's twice now this Crusader has gone after targets that have been unimportant, unfortunately, because he did waste a lot of time going after that ruined Arctic Cheetah.
Yeah, getting some fire into the actually the Firestarter when he stepped on the cap informed the Crusader where they are. They're doing a little bit of trading of some shots here. As long as the legs stay up on that Firestarter, this is going to go the way of Darksea Corsairs, 100%.
Yeah,
Theta's being taken by the legged Mislinks. That also is somewhat relevant, but really it's the Firestarter's legs that matter the most. Mislinks can die here, it doesn't really matter. And I expect that it will die in a second. Has nowhere to run.
Is that Crusader still going after the Mislinks?
Doesn't get the kill.
I've swapped to first person of the Firestarter.
Well, yeah, the Mislinks here is being killed. It's taken a little bit of time, but now finally does go down. Theta's going to be decapped. The decap is more important than the flip. Now the Crusader has to get a pick on that Firestarter. It's going to be a game of prediction. Can the Crusader predict where the Firestarter is headed get the kill and make it to all the caps before it ticks up to 750? I don't think so.
Oh, at a
Not
4
with a 4
cap?
cap
No.
situation. It doesn't have the speed. With that leg gone, this is GG right now. It's just about KDR.
Yeah, this is definitely GG. This is definitely over. I don't.
Yeah.
This Crusader would need a miracle, and even then, being legged, I don't think he can take 2 more caps back in the next couple minutes.
The Kodiak took 1 or 2 volleys to die, and that should have given the teammate the information as to where the Firestarter was. I mean, unless the Kodiak didn't know where they're being shot from, but there's only 2 directions that the Kodiak could be facing that aren't a wall. So you're either looking where you're getting shot from, or you're looking from where you're not getting shot from, which tells you where you're being shot from. That's mission critical information that the Crusader needs to use to get that pick.
Like I said, that Crusader, he kept turning around to try to focus that mislinks.
Yeah.
When he should have been keeping his eye on the Kodiak area, especially once the Kodiak got shot at.
I know there's a mech on Theta and you want to kill it, but it can't run away. That's not the mech that matters.
Exactly.
You need to kill the mech that can run away, then turn and deal with the one that can't. And it's very close. You know, we're getting a match out of this. Our drops are close. The match is close. This is some good comp here to watch. But right now we're just watching the trickle down here of a 1v1 cap race that has been decided already for a minute.
Yeah, he's trying to waddle back towards Theta, but it's over. They got the 4 cap. Oh, you almost hit the Firestarter. Nice try, buddy. It wouldn't have mattered at this point, but it would have been epic if you nailed that shot.
Yeah, you still want that. You still want that kill. And there's nothing else really to do here. Maybe you can get it.
Yeah. Get those stats for the comp bot. Hashtag comp bot.
And there it is.
Yeah, GG's.
Relatively close on caps, 604 to 750, but really not that close.
Yeah, once that Crusader was legged, it was over, I think.
I would say it's more about when the Firestarter got away. There was an opportunity there where, you know, the Firestarter could have been legged. Crusader could have picked up the kill, picked up the other kill, and then probably made it to enough caps in time. There was still a chance until the...
I will say that mislinks, I think it was the Kodiak dumped the 4 AC-10s into his leg and took him completely out of the fight. There in the middle of that trench. It was a great shot. Only if they got the Firestarter too. Madcat, Hollow and the Madcat farming for days at 722 damage. Andy, also in the Madcat, 744. Hashtag Madcat2B is still the most meta mech. GG's both teams.
I never thought my head would hurt even worse. That was rough from both teams' perspective. Like DSC's ending up like just splitting there whenever they got received. Fjord's Bigs not pushing into that fight to help finish it sooner. The Crusader making the choice to go after a 35-ton mech instead of getting into the fight. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there of what not to do and what definitely not to do. Worldstar honestly was probably the MVP there.
Just 100%.
And making the smart decisions that he needed to do. Like the moment the fight was done, he kept himself healthy, kept himself kind of in and out of the fight when he needed to be, and just going and finishing off the caps. Like that's how you know you have a fantastic light pilot in your pack that he's aware of multiple different things, can get himself into the fight, but also knows when to not die.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so the 2 biggest takeaways is DSC was a little too spread out, so when Fjord did the as Therex called it, the Mario jump up, I know you're watching from my perspective. Watching that Firestarter get pushed off by the mechs jumping up behind it was hilarious.
That jump was so uncoordinated too. Like the Viper jumped ahead of everybody, then you had like everybody else. The Firestarter got bounced out. There was definitely that was a very ugly win for Fjord. Like I would just be happy you survived that. But
DSC, they're the
Yep.
ones that won. But yeah,
No, DSC, I'm
DSC
sorry,
should have
yeah.
received
My
that better. I've seen them receive pushes better than that. I will say them pulling the fight into the tunnel was absolutely the smartest thing they did. Because all those mechs that followed them into that tunnel in the middle of the citadel, they were able to wipe them pretty quick, leaving the Kodiak and Mad Cat out of the fight for a couple minutes. And then once those mechs that were in that tunnel were wiped, DSC represented a force, and once they realized that those trades weren't going to go in their favor, we saw the Firestar and that Mislinks bail, which was very smart. Mislinks unfortunately got legged in the escape, but as we saw, Firestarter got away, played the cap game, and MVP.
So before these teams already auto lock because they know exactly what they want to do. Could we mind if I talk about Hiberno a little bit?
Yeah, let's swap to the map room. All right, take it away, Dar.
So, Hibernal is essentially Canyon's sister. A lot of it plays very similar to a lot of the times, but again, it does have its own areas of interest. If you want to do a lot more of a hold, you have the volcano here. You also have Shelf, which is up here as well. We've seen EQ use that to great success. You have another trade spot here, and you have this entire ridge line as well. I know it's kind of not the best square, but it's fine.
That's a rectangle, sir.
Rectangles can be squares, squares can be rectangles, however it goes, right? My biggest area of concern is, again, who are we giving the starship in name of? Because every team that I've seen push here and get stuck here dies.
Yeah, every team who has tried to push and got stuck there has died, yeah.
So
we've even watched the high-end teams do it.
Yeah. So there's a lot of key areas to play this, but a lot of teams can push this very well. This is one of those maps that if you're not 100% certain you can receive a trade with your deck, you need to either reevaluate your strat or reevaluate your deck. So, because again, you can push straight from Team 1 through Epsilon and swing left, using the ridge line to kind of bounce in between, making sure you're not getting shot by stuff in Volcano and everything of the sort. And you can do the same thing coming down the Team 2. You also have the Ravine push, which we've seen KDCM's second team do. I believe KDCM has done it as well. And then, of course, you also have pushes from Kappa or Kappa side holds that, like, Aubins really, really likes to do a lot of the times.
That's
pushes from T3. So, I'm expecting a push from Fjord and another standard receive from DSC, just like they did last week against KDCM's second team. I think they're going to receive it, and I think they're going to receive it very well, but it's going to be very close, just like the last couple of matches have been. So, the question is... Go ahead.
Have you talked about the jump up high spot by Sigma for Team 2?
Yeah, Shelf.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think DSC is going to use Shelf.
So, in regards to this Epsilon push, I wonder if it's a strategy that, it's a classic, but I wonder if it's just dead simply due to the fact that there could be a night gear up in that high ground border boundary line position. That seems like something that'd be very difficult to push into.
Well, maybe not for the standard like SRM SPL, but you're starting to see a lot more push vom. So the push vom
if you
really
can push
that.
If that if there's a night gear on that shelf and it has to drop down, it's in the open for a significant period of time. There's no cover. You can't win trades up there. But against like a pure push, SRM push, I don't know. We'll see. Team 2 is locked. So we're ready to kick this off. And yeah, we'll see how the teams play it out.
All right. While we have a second here, I am checking Discord chat.
So what I've got here, Darksea Corsairs, they have 2 wins to 1 win from Hunters of Fjordlands or Fjord. So this is potentially the decider drop. if Darkseid Corsairs pulls off the win, they advance. Fjord, thanks for playing. See you next time, as in next year. But here we go. I'm looking at Darkseid Corsairs. And we've got Black Lantern with Red Laser. I want to get that Firestarter build, as there are some potential differences.
I think he's running
Light PVC, 2 light PVC. Warhammer with jump jets with binary lasers and ER Mead. Stalker 7D, that's going to be binary laser ER Mead, so mid-range vomit, very hot though. The Alpha's providing the DPS from the volcano. They're definitely set up to receive here.
Oh, this fight's already starting, dude. All right, Fjord has decided they're doing the Epsi push. We got SRM bombers, PPCs. We got a bit of a mixed bag weapon-wise.
They're going through the dropship.
Oh no, not the dropship, guys. We just talked about this.
Actually, I don't hate this. I don't hate this because if you notice, right, they're completely ignoring the DPS mech over at Volcano.
Yeah.
They're gonna come up and swing right.
Yeah, that Marauder 2 Alpha, that is a very hard, high DPS mech. You wouldn't want to push in the open against that. But they're trying to.
They split. Their push split.
Shadowcat's doing the correct thing here and getting some rear shots, doing some rear harassment.
Oh,
Crusader's doormatting.
I'm not sure about this. They are all over the place this push. Viper is just hard diving. He's going to get focused and die.
Marauder 2 is getting jumped by 3 mechs while there's a distraction here from the Viper. Viper's staying alive. Zelk is legged in the Crusader as well, about to go down. Iron Wolfpack's being traded for that, though. Mech in the
That Marauder hasn't gone down yet. He is eating up that mislinks. All right, he goes down.
Okay, so the push is kind of working. House is legged in the Marauder. Now that needs to be killed. Also powered down. The very hot build on that Warhammer. So House manages to power back up. Nobody's
they did get the Stalker.
They're sleeping.
Shadowcat's diving the mislinks.
Shadowcat's diving? He should be kiting.
Nope, he dove. He dove in, and he didn't focus the mislinks. He went after the fully fresh Firestarter instead, and he got picked for it.
Yeah.
Royal Star is running. He is super fresh. I don't think he's been shot.
Fight in the back here. The Mad Cat got held up from that push, but the Mistlinks looks like they lost both their arms, so no weapons on the Mistlinks.
Mad Cat's going to toy with his food before he dies.
Yeah, it's all down to Royal Star now to, like, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
They have too much weight.
5. I think we're going to drop 5.
We are definitely going to drop 5.
Excited.
I'm 100% stoked. Yeah, DSC they don't have nearly enough caps or a cap advantage to pull it off with 1 mech remaining like they did the last drop.
Yeah, caps are still under 100 for each team.
This Mad Cat can cover FCs and Theta, and then the rest of their mechs can just camp a couple other caps, and there's nothing he can do about it.
That Mad Cat still has rear armor. That's how well it's been doing here in the fight.
Can't wait to see what his damage is, because he did get in a fight with 2 mechs.
It looked to me like the Mad Cat really didn't get in on the push. But they might have had damage on the Marauder 2 at Volcano just sitting back. I'm not really sure what happened there. It was focused elsewhere. Firestarter leg is open for artillery hamsters. That's a potential kill that could be picked up here by Royal Star, but Royal Star is just trying to get caps running. I mean,
I don't think he should even worry about it. I think he needs to.
No, he needs kills first.
Yeah. If he can get him down to just a couple guys, maybe he could do a cap thing. But as you said, Firestarter's almost legged. He legs that Firestarter, deals with that mislinks, and then it's just 2 slow mechs he has to kite.
Yeah, there's a possibility then to like play keep away from 2 mechs, but first you have to pick some mechs off the field. Right now there's 4 mechs alive. They can all go stand on a cap, and you lose on caps. Like it's not about getting a cap right now. It's about, well, it kind of is, but you need to get a leg here and a leg there while getting those caps. Looks like the Mad Cat got shot at again, or is taking some shots. So the Firestarter is aware of the Mad Cat, but at this range, it's not doing any meaningful damage. There's going to be a little fight here. The Dervish is actually sitting to ambush the Firestarter as they come in, and they know the Firestarter is
about to eat this mislinks over here on Gamma.
Yeah, Dervish is ambushing the Firestarter. Dervish is legged and has an open leg, so they're maybe 1-2 hits away. But if they can get a leg off the Firestarter, then it's over right now. Firestarter leg is open from Royal Star. Both legs are open.
Marquis with
Dervish
the E
is about to go
on
down, though.
Primos. Hey,
So
Royal
Firestarter,
got the
both legs are
Dervish.
open.
Nice.
Yeah. There, Mad Cat's got some shots. Has been rotating over well. The Dervish was dying. So Royal Star can't even take the cap before leaving. They need to get, caps are at 350 in a couple seconds here. So Royal Star needs to get a pick off of the Firestarter's leg without getting leg themselves. That's the bare minimum here to keep playing.
He likes his Firestarters, and the only thing that could fight him on caps is...
He has to still kill it though. And I don't think he can kill it without losing a leg himself.
That's
and you
true.
can't just leg and run away, not with the cap situation.
Oh, he whiffed! He whiffed! Alright, Firestarters are dueling. Alright, he gets the leg.
Royal Star still has both legs, apparently. It's a little
oh, no, Royal Star. No, Royal Star.
Both mechs leg.
Artillery's going to get this. Yeah, there it goes. GG's Fjord. We're going to drop 5, baby.
It's 3 mechs alive, so not a sweep, but relatively decisive win there for Hunters of the Fjordlands, I would say.
That was definitely more than 2 brain cells kicking off at the same time for Fjord, and I really, really like that. That's how you do that. So
that Viper stayed alive so long. Their Viper pilot, he has Jesus on his side or something. Because I've never seen a Viper or any mech survive jumping in the middle of 4 mechs as long as that guy just did.
That's I'm gonna give credit where credit's due for Fjord. That was kind of the brilliance of it, right? If you notice, they essentially had 3 different little packs push at the same time, essentially. You had the Viper go do whatever he was doing. It was a silly decision for him, but it worked somehow.
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times from Hunters of the Fjordlands. I think it's a distracting idiot tactic where you intentionally run a mech in to draw aggro.
Wait, you think they're playing 4D chess here, Fjord?
It's not a very complex strategy to run one mech ahead.
But you need 3 brain cells. If Fjord just unlocked its second one, it's still a little bit away from a 3rd brain cell.
But so again, and the pack that was with the was at the XE managed to hop up over and continue to get into that fight. And then what was kind of shown to a little bit of the side was the rest of Fjord's lights essentially just went and ate whatever was at the volcano. Granted, you also had the Mad Cat that was stuck in the back doing damage as it's supposed to be, pushing forward, but it got caught up by like a missing towards the end. So,
alright, do you want to run through the map, or do you want to? I'll throw up the map strat here just in case you want to sketch on it.
Oh, Crimson.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do Crimson. I think.
Or you can talk about Hibernal. We've got a little bit of time here.
Hey, this is no longer your show, Therax. We've taken over.
Okay, I'm just going to throw in my 2 cents here. The Shadow Cat diving in on the fight. The Shadow Cat is designed to kite. If you are brawling with it, 90% of the time you're doing it wrong. And I've seen it multiple times in this match.
Yeah, there's no need. Like, yes, it can run heavy machine guns with its laser vomit, but there's no need for it. It's a worst case scenario. You need to get that DPS into the fight. That was not needed for.
Did
not need to be in there.
The one thing I'm thinking is that they were thinking they could try to save the Warhammer, but the Warhammer was legged and taking a nap.
And he shut down. Yeah.
It's not a mech you can save.
Yeah. So Crimson. I know I talked about this map a little bit during the pre-show. Fjord is notorious for playing this map a lot during Comp Q, and from what I heard, it's a cheeky little cap strat that they like to do. But at the same time, we've seen Fjord. They did run a trade strat, or like a cap strat earlier, and it didn't work well on Polar. So they might go to their tried and true brawl. And then DSC, I think they're gonna go for again that standard Pop-Tart, fade away and receive. Summoner, Crusader, Executioner. We're gonna see a Viper. We might see an Incubus played here with like ER large or anything of the sort. Kind of a lot more kitey. but it really just depends on what team is going to go play for Theta. Because that's really going to kind of dictate how the rest of this match can go. Because if both teams don't even worry about Theta and just play the island side, then we're just going to see a bunch of trade or just a straight overall island push right over, kill the enemy, right?
I'm going to point out for the last 2 drops in a row, Fjord got extra aggro, and DSC's ability to receive it crumbled pretty hard, right? I think Fjord might go for it again. I expect them, because right now DSC's not doing a great job receiving. I expect Fjord on this last drop to try it one more time. I don't know, or I know you said the cheeky cap strat. I expect to do that, apply pressure, and then dive with everyone else. But I'm not an expert. I'm just a caster in the potato.
DSC, what their biggest issue right now against that push is just focus fire. They need to take a breath, call the target, kill it. Call the target, kill it. Because you know what kills a mech faster? It's having more guns on that mech. Instead of having 2 mechs shoot it, have 7 or 8 mechs shoot it. It's gonna go down. They just need to work on that focus fire because it's just not there. It's not present whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, and Fjord again to set up for Bravo Charlie. For they were set up Bravo Charlie. It looks like they're gonna send 1 Alpha to go grab Sigma.
So Team 1, Darkseid Corsairs, they currently have 2 Alpha, 2 Charlie, and 4 Bravo. They just locked in.
Which that's pretty stereotypical, like for the Team 1 side. I think personally.
Yeah. I mean, there's some debate as to Charlie if Charlie's faster than Bravo for getting to Kappa. Maybe these Charlie mechs are more going back line to get up on the as traders. Maybe that's something that could show. I don't actually know if Charlie or Bravo's faster to Kappa or not. Or sorry, I'm looking at Team 2. I should be talking Team 1. Sorry, Team 1.
I think it's kind of a toss up. Really depends on the mech. Because like
if you have jump jets, I believe Charlie is for sure faster. Bravo, if you don't have jump jets, yeah. Because Charlie, you have to backtrack a little bit.
Yeah, on the Team 1 side though, which is the side that locked in, I got a little bit confused there. Charlie might indicate light mechs going for Theta, perhaps. I mean, there's Gamma on the way.
Yeah,
so
I would say that's a safe like conclusion.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But if you notice, there's 2 for Team 1 side. I guarantee you, one of those is an assault, and they're gonna swing out as wide as possible so they can check the backside of Island.
Yeah, we saw that last week with the direwolf getting caught out in the open, no cover, and ended up basically dying for it. But you do want to get that scout. You just don't want to have an overcommit as to how wide you go or how far you push up. And then also you want to make sure that you've got a little bit of speed to get out, which the direwolf is not known for its speed. But you do want to get that behind the island scout just to see if there's a brawl push coming that direction, as that's one of the areas that is a little bit challenging to scout. If you use your standard scouting positions along toward Gamma or platform, you can see the island and you can see the water and the underneath the platform, which are the other 3 potential brawl pushes. Although I wouldn't really count underneath the platform, but because of the way island's set up, you can kind of see mechs going onto the island, or you can see mechs going through the water. But the one area you can't see is behind the island. So, big question: is somebody going to go for Theta? This is the decider drop for the match, and one of these teams is leaving at the end of this drop. They're done for the year. So, do you gamble on going for Theta?
I think you send your. It's hard because Theta is such a high risk, high reward. Sometimes it's like you could set up a gank right there and just absolutely decimate a light mech. So
we've also seen that happen in one of the first weeks of well, it might have actually been as far back as invitationals, but we saw we saw an ambush set up near Theta. Enemy team thought it was clear, and 2 mechs yeeted a mech in like a blink of an eye.
Teams are locked in, so I think we're ready to go.
All right. You know what the
Can
best
we
part
hype this
is?
some more?
I haven't
We need a
screwed
little
up
bit
this
more.
cast yet.
We need a little bit more hype, is what I'm going to call for here. This is an elimination match going to drop 5. So yeah, this is it.
Apparently, Jay's cat was right that DSC versus Fjord would go to drop 5.
Yeah, I did see
Yeah,
Jay's cat predictions.
that cat is possessed. It's a witch, and it needs burned at the stake.
I thought its predictions were very good this week.
It has
Very similar to what I was going to call for.
It has an insane accuracy rate. It's not normal.
Hey, what can I say? That cat enjoys mechs.
Are you gonna look at red or blue?
I will take a look at. I'll go to the far side here. Yeah.
Well, both are far sides.
Oh, sorry. I traveled from the base position, so I'm going to be looking at Hunters of Fjord lands here.
All right.
Fjord coming in and their drop ships.
Sneak slander is being asked for.
Direwolf with 2 Goss 5-year large. That is a trade mech. Stalker 6-year large. Another trade mech. Viper with standard machine gun laser stuff. Black Lantern, red lasers as expected. Light PPCs on the fire starter. So they took more trade than I was expecting. Executioner quad ER large, and it's going for platform, it looks like. Hunchback 2CA with ER PPC, red laser backup, and a flea. The flea, with this type of setup, I expected to go to Theta.
DSC here, a lot of trade mechs. We got an AC5 ERP Direwolf, Mad Cat, Goss, large lasers, Night Gear, AC2 spam, and then the Lantern, Small Pulse, Brawler, then Crusaders ERPs also. But I see they're holding back. DSC is expecting a push for sure because they are holding at their spawn.
The Night Gear and Direwolf are high DPS receive mechs, and they are in a trade fight. Now, I don't know how well
Fjord could psych these guys out right now.
Trading.
Fjord just doesn't need to push. DSC's kind of like trapped themselves over here, and Fjord, for at least a minute until these guys start spreading out, they could just take map control. DSC is not moving.
Player skill excluded. I would favor Hunters of the Fjordlands drop deck here in a trade fight. The AC5 Direwolf, yes, it's got an ERP, but that's not going to compete with dual Goss 5-year large at extreme range. And this Night Gear with the 6 UAC 2, that is not a build you bring for when you're expecting to trade.
Yeah,
that's a receive trade
100%
build.
Fjord sending an Executioner towards Theta. They are ensuring that they have the tonnage to take this. Yeah, they're going to take this 3 cap and force DSC.
He took Theta.
Yep, DSC starting to push across.
Now, if they don't take damage on the push, they have higher DPS if this does go to a brawl. That Stalker 5S with a 6-year large on that island, if they get brawled, they're in big trouble. They need to be pulling back.
Okay, they're starting to pull back, it looks like.
Looks like there's no
they're
damage
backing
going
up.
in.
Yeah, they're heading to receive now.
There's no pre-spread on Hunters of the Fjordlands for this receive. They don't have multiple. Well, they do have the Executioner at the platform, I believe, but that's
DSC already has a mislinks who's scouting out their positions.
Executioner is not getting shots in here.
That Executioner needs to make a beeline because he's going to.
Flea's coming back for the fight. They're not going for Gamma, so this is going to be decided in the fight here. The Theta is just going to force the fight. Direwolf taking some damage on the cross, very little, and a lot of it to the arm.
All right, Viper, Crusader, and the Mislinks are now out in the open. Same with the Lantern, so their light pack is getting into this fight kind of alone. Their bigs are still climbing that hill. All right. Oh no, they're in DSC's in a Congo line.
Hunters of Fjordland.
Viper getting focused. Pew Pew's Direwolf is getting focused by DSC's
Direwolf
bigs.
Head is open. Pew Pew Gunther.
Yeah, he is eating a lot of damage. Fjord's focus fire is a little all over the place.
It's all right. I mean, okay, Direwolf's been halved. Pew Pew Gunther's been halved. Still has most of their weapons. Stalker's taking a lot of damage here as well. Stalker's being legged. This is looking very good right now for Hunters of the Fjordlands. or sorry, Darksea Corsairs. Darksea Corsairs here with the mech
Yeah,
advantage.
the time to kill on these lights that got into their backfield is way too long. Artillery hamster self-destructed. Iron Wolf is down. Yeah, Fjordland is currently. Yeah, Fjord is currently falling apart.
Yeah, Incubus is legged from House, and the Night Gear has an open leg. Crusader looks like it's still moving. Legs are almost open on it, but not quite. And the Hunchback 2CA from Shred Metal, not a very fast mech for kiting this out. It's not a Shadow Cat, for instance, but and it's going to have some heat issues. Oh, they've been halved. Shred Metal's been halved. That further reduces the speed and reduces the cooling. And they're still not into cover. So this is looking, like a win for Darksea Corsairs. Not the way we were necessarily anticipating this fight to play
Yeah,
out.
the wrong team pushed.
Well, they brought a receive deck, which gives them more DPS, and then if they were to sit back and trade,
Yeah, no, don't
particularly
get me
once
wrong.
the seed data
DSC did
flipped,
the absolutely right
yeah,
thing. They saw that
yep,
they got outcapped. They knew that they didn't
yep.
have the trade megs that their opponents did, and so the only way they were going to win is they had to win on the DPS.
This still
Climb.
isn't over. It is a 4 cap to 1 situation right now. Caps are at 500. I'm not seeing a lot of speed on the spread from Darksea Corsairs. Is that Black Lantern and Mistlings? Are they legged?
Command, confirm
I
enemy
haven't
has
checked on that
possession of
yet.
Kappa.
They're still
No,
over in
Mistlings
the.
Resource
open
going
red
Sigma.
on the leg. Where's that Black Lantern? Black Lantern's on a cap right now. Are they legs? 64%. No, both
Incubus
legs are
is
open
legged.
though on the Black Lantern.
Crusader is almost legged. One of his legs is open, but other than
You
that,
know,
he's pretty fresh.
yeah, Flea's about to get jumped here. It's both a Night Gear with an open leg and the Mistlinks with open leg. Oh no, Flea's leg. That's over then. If
Yeah.
there was maybe a chance with legging the Mistlinks, the Black Lantern, the Night Gear, and then riding out a 2 caps to a win. But with the Flea going down,
I think
I can't do the math, but I don't think a 3 cap is enough, but a 4 cap definitely is. So
the biggest issue for Fjord right here is we saw a classic. They didn't have enough scouting information to see that push coming until it was already reaching the island. And then when we saw them backing up, but they all backed up in a ball instead of spreading out and forming a firing line
yeah,
for it to receive.
no,
And
they
that
weren't
basically
spread.
just gave DSC, instead of multiple angles shooting at them, it was just put the entire enemy team in front of you and press W, right?
I
Which
think they
makes
put too much on the island. Where if you're sending a mech toward Theta, you're weak, so you lose to Brawl. You need to keep your range guys more spread, and there's no caps on the island, so you don't need to put anything there other than a couple of skirmishers or something of that nature. Like the Stalker could have sat further back. The Direwolf could have definitely sat further back. We're just watching it play out here. The Hunchback is about to get jumped.
Oh,
Yeah, another thing about that, about Fjord retreating back, there just was no cover for those guys going back. Like, there was no reason for the Stalker to really be up there if he wasn't going to trade. So he could have stayed by Sigma. Again, the Direwolf could have swung out a little bit more towards the right.
Because
Like, there's a
your
lot
strat
they could have done.
involves
Well,
sending the Flea. Like you can make that call before you move to the island, not to move to the island.
I'm going to point out one thing that didn't happen that Fjord really should have done is if they were going to take a trade deck and they were going to set up like they did and hold, they should have definitely put a range mech up where Dyer was talking about, that H4 hill. A single range mech up there that couldn't get Brawl Rush but had complete overview. That would have been real deadly towards that push, for sure.
In all fairness, I suppose they didn't know that their opponents were going to take a receive deck.
I mean, if I was playing against Fjord on this map, I 100% would take a receive deck. I guess Fjord's just known for pushing, but granted, they use that to their advantage. They tried to, at least, and ultimately, it kind of bit them in the butt. So, either way, hey, it's been a really great showing for Fjord.
I mean, this is the first match I believe that's gone to 5 drops. So, congratulations on Hunters of Fjordlands Fjord for pushing it to 5 drops, and they're being pushed out of the tournament now, but they have a top 8 finish here, so that's pretty good. Team that had a lot of turnover or unit that has a known for fielding a large number of teams, but also they had some turnover this past year. So to get into the top 8, that's a big accomplishment for them.
Well played, both teams. We're going to see DSC move on to the next bracket or the next.
Yeah,
I
so
guess it
Darcy
is the next
Corsairs,
bracket, or no, because we're in the losers bracket.
well,
Be the next
they're
game.
advancing to the third round of the losers
Yeah.
bracket. So
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
they'll be playing against the loser of the upcoming match, not the next one, but the one that is coming up in an hour and a half or so from now.
The Abens
It's
KSG.
Abens versus Castellan Guards.
Did you say
Whoever loses
Abens?
that
It's
match is
Abens.
going to end up playing Darcy Corsairs. So that is upcoming next week. We're actually going to be starting another match up here in pretty much right away. As we're actually running a little bit over time.
Yeah,
It's Equilibrium and Fifth Jaguar Dragoons. I will start kicking players and switching over the stream information here. I don't know if you guys want to find something to talk about while I make these moves. I'll put you on the map room page.
Yeah. We got stuff to do, Dyer. You take it away for a minute.
Yes. So, I mean, ultimately right there, that was just Fjord tried to, use like, hey, we're a push team, so we're gonna bring trade stuff. They tried to use that to their advantage, and ultimately it just failed. Blind pushing with ER large on onto the island without knowing what the opposing team has just wasn't a good idea. And then falling back to try and receive it, DSC pushed at the right time. They could have done it a second sooner or a second later, and they used that DPS to their advantage to win that fight. And again, Fjord not all being there either didn't help them at all. I think they wanted to go to more of a cap strat, almost, with the Executioner playing over towards Valley and everything, grabbing Theta with the flea, but it just everything that went wrong for Fjord did go wrong, and they played it very poorly on their end. I feel, positioning wise especially, like they could have done that a lot better, and probably could have won if they positioned just a little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I got get my stuff taken care of on my end. Derek's is doing his. Now the next two teams. Actually, hold on. We got a cheat sheet to give us information about the next two teams. Let me pull that up. We got fact sheets for the teams this year. It's super funny, but it's great. All right, let's find Abens.
Is it? I think it should be 5J versus EQ.
Or yeah, sorry. All right. EQ's top, so we'll talk about EQ first. Let's find their card. Gotta find their card real quick. All right, EQ. Now, give a little bit of history about EQ here. Formed after CS22 by GRAM, who was formerly JGX and 5JDX respectively, with the express desire to field a team that could compete against the current best in the MWO comp scene. A number of pilots from the CS21 5JDX team formed the core of Equilibrium, with additional comp veterans recruited or discovered from open tryouts. Recent performance, EQ is known for regular and intense training schedules of 1v1s, internals, and external scrims. This has manifested in a very talented roster across the board, competent in all aspects of the game. This is very fluffy. Not gonna lie, whoever wrote this is very fluffy. Someone's biased. The results speak for themselves. First place in ISC 5 Div A. Third place Div A Blood Leagues 2. First place Division A TOS. To be fair, they have had a very good run this year, from being founded to immediately atop of the game. EQ has further done well in the Masters challenges with two of the members, GRAM and Ghosty, being Masters, and its members otherwise competing well. EQ won its place in the finals with a win over KSG in the Invitationals as top seed. Team leader, GRAM. The members are Basalt, formerly I Love Annihilators. We got Bonson, Chicken Man, used to be DSC, Dubix, Ghosty. I've played with Ghosty in WKA. We've played together for quite a long time. Ghosty was most well known for their run in 5JDX. We got Magic Pain Glove. Magic Pain Glove, fairly one of the bigger streamers of MWO. Used to be part of Goon. We got Neander. Used to be CSPS. You got Polycat. Used to be PHL. Got Shine Plasma. I think he was SROT. And then, of course, you got Stimrog. Used to be EMP, Abins. One of the best pilots in the game overall. And they are going. And EQ fights 5JDX. And
Okay. I think I've got the stream reset ready to go for this next match that is going to be played out right shortly. So I'm on the map ban page right now. I'm going to be getting the team captains to start with the map bans.
all right.
Or map select.
While they do that, I'm going to go over 5JDX. 5JDX, traditionally known as the JGX second team. Let's be real, it's basically JGX. JGX isn't around right now. Very strong Div A team in and of itself. The team composition changes tournament by tournament, as it may send players to JGX, recruit new talent through the team. Roster members undergo multiple practice rounds each week, comprising internal scrims and specific skill training for both EU and NA time zones. While playstyles may vary depending on the roster, 5JDX tends towards a more aggressive, enveloping approach to strats and decks. Recently, 4th in ISC, in Blood Leagues 2, 2nd in TOS. 5JDX acquitted itself quite well in the community tournament schedule. Previous iterations in CS21, CS22 came in second place, having accumulated enough points for third seed in an invitational knockout round. 5JDX was upset by KDCM and will forever have to live with that. That wasn't part of it. I added that to play the comp queue for a top 8 spot. I think I went over it all.
Yeah, so these are widely considered two of the top teams in MechWarrior Online currently. Some people would maybe say top 3, some people would say top 5, but I think both teams are aiming to win. So maps are Vitric, Polar, Hibernal. So Polar actually fairly early, and then Mining and Crimson last. Okay. So one of these teams had to qualify through the comp queue after losing their invitational match, which was considered an upset.
Oh, it was absolutely was. No one saw KDCM coming around the corner and putting a pie in their face.
Yeah, so and Equilibrium was the top seed coming out of the invitational seeding. So that doesn't necessarily mean that this is all decided. I mean, Fifth Jaguar Dragoons, we'll see how they do here today. It's going to be a big test for them, perhaps their first real test of the of this top 12.
Well, so EQ, the only team that they played so far throughout, minus the seeding, was Crossfire. So, and I mean, they beat them pretty handedly 3-1. So I know EQ definitely favors a lot of push vom. Definitely all about taking map control and taking space away from the opponent. If I do remember correctly, 5J a couple of times has beaten EQ in some tournaments. I could be mistaken on that, but I do know that they beat them in ISC. So this is definitely gonna be like one of the better end matches of this weekend. This is the one I personally projected to go 3-2. I do think it's gonna be a 3-2 match. Question is who's gonna actually take it. I think we all have our personal favorites, but it'd be very very curious to see.
All right, so Equilibrium made my and Fifth Jaguar Dragoons. They conspired somehow to make my life simple. There will be no team swapping, so I don't need to remember to swap the overlay at either. That's going to be very nice. Not complaining.
We're not going to
So
talk about this flex. 5JDX put 10 people in the.
yeah, they've got 10 people in the lobby, but that's not that unusual. They only could field 10 out of 12. Is that a flex, or is that a sad aspect of comp not being an adequate priority for the remaining 2 people who couldn't show up for the lobby?
Let's figure out who's missing from these 10 and shame them for the next 5 minutes.
The real question is Weapon Master there?
Is Weapon Master there? Yes.
Weapon Master X is here.
That's also a DPS alum.
So hopefully, both teams looking like they can field a fair number of players. So they should have their strong rosters here. Player availability shouldn't be an issue. So the first map is going to be Vitric Station. I don't know. Do we want to talk about maps or do we want to talk about drop decks? I'm going to put us in the map room here, or we could talk about the map pick order if we want to do that. I mean, Vitric as the first map, fairly popular.
Not surprised by that.
Yeah.
Just knowing both those teams, that not surprised whatsoever. Both teams are going to want to make a statement there.
Vitric's known for brawling versus a receive team. Either of these teams don't really stand out to me as the brawl team. Probably going to see some trading instead.
Yeah, I think it's going to go to whoever can get the first pick first, the first kill. I think is really when the momentum's actually going to start. Because both these teams like to do that mid-range, try and find which way to push the enemy to kind of take that little bit of the advantage. You're going to see a lot of clan large pulse, everything of the sort.
Team 1 is locked.
Probably see a lot more
on the counter. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was just saying Team 2 is now on the countdown.
Yeah.
Continue what you were saying.
Yeah, both these teams have brought hags to great effective use. Really, honestly, kind of almost helping establish the comp meta for this year. For this year.
Yeah.
Just because there's been a lot of teams that just look at what they bring, like from CompQ, for instance. If you see what the top teams are running, you're probably your best bet's to run something very, very close, if not the exact same thing as them.
So when I'm talking about meta and setting the meta, when I'm looking for what the cutting, bleeding edge of the meta is, I look at what Equilibrium is running. I know that they have a couple players who do spreadsheeting and sciencing out builds. Like I don't do that anymore. I don't spend that much time, in the game trying things out at this stage. So
growing up sucks.
what Equilibrium is running isn't necessarily what the quick play meta is, but they've found these builds that have these strengths and weaknesses that, if played correctly, can carry a match. That's what I see them running frequently.
Team 2 is
teams are locked here.
Mm-hmm.
So
very standard setup for both.
We're running a little bit late, so let's just get this going. I mean, they did say locked, right? I'm not.
No, yeah, they both said locked.
Yeah,
okay, don't worry.
I've done that to a team before. I don't want to do that again.
EQ 5JDX is very consistent with the way they play, right? EQ, being a newer team and stuff, they still have that variability where if they have a great game, they're going to slaughter 5JDX, right? If they're all at the peak of their ability. But if there's any wiggle at all, they 5JDX could totally stop EQ if they don't bring their A game. But I would say EQ is probably favored.
I'd expect this to be a good match. I was talking earlier about matchups that were coming up and which ones I thought might go to 5 drops. This is one of them that could go to 5 drops. I'm going to go ahead and run through the builds here real quick on Equilibrium. Binary, triple binary, ER Mead on the Stalker 4N. There's a quirk for that. But they went with 3 binaries, not 4. Mad Cat with Goss ER Large. That's another trade mech. Blood Asp 6 ER Large with Small Pulse backup. Shadowcat. Hag 30 on the Shadowcat. Heavy Meads as backup. Crusader is heavy PPC, light PPC, and some red lasers.
We have possession of Kappa. They have resource point Gamma.
SRMs with micro laser backup on the Eben Dragoon. A little bit non-standard. Vulcan is Summonos PPC, and there's a Viper in the basement looking around Theta with light machine gun and ER Mead. So that is more of a skirmish, not a brawl Viper.
There's a lot of ranged DACA on 5GX side. Both their assaults have ACs. Sorry, yeah, heavy Goss, heavy larges on the Direwolf, Mad Cat, AC5s and ER Peeps. Stalker, surprisingly, is large pulse.
Yeah, and they're pushing up to the ramp. That's a mid-range build, so they have to go to the ramp to trade. The Crusaders on the low ground with those ERPPCs, so they're not expecting a brawl push either team. They've got that scouting intel as well. They're definitely setting up to do more trading here.
Windscape just got pushed off the top by the Viper off to the side. He was trying to trade with the Vulcan, but the Viper got some Simrog got some side shots into Windscape, and Windscape backed off until he accidentally fell off.
Now, this Mad Cat from Jiffy with the AC5 ERPPC, that is more of a mid-range build with DPS. I'd expect it to be pushing up. Oh, Direwolf is forced down here.
Monk ate a lot of damage. His side torso is red.
There's definitely a range advantage for Equilibrium here in the trades. So 5 JDX, 5th Jaguar Dunes, they need to be pushing up, getting a little bit.
I'm just looking at the mini-map. EQ.
They have the caps.
They also have a wider berth of mechs where 5JDX, almost all their weight is exactly in the center of the map.
How many jump jets do you have to take on that Blood Asp to get it up into this Citadel high ground position?
Oh, that has to be like...
all of them.
Yeah, that has to be
All
5.
And it's running backup lasers as well, so that's a lot of tonnage dedicated to backup weaponry. That, there's also that tonnage dedicated to the jump jets. Okay, so they're not running the side torso jump jets. They got the CT jump jets and presumably both sets of leg jump jets. So that'd be 5 jump jets. That's 10 tons of jump jets on a 90-ton mech.
Chicken Man, he just nailed Windscape's Stalker in the side torso.
Yeah, lost an arm.
He did peel the arm off, but he didn't take the torso. Brawler's going to receive this, but Chicken Man's already pulled away. He's out of that fight. G-Ram's a little injured on the ramp.
Anything open on that mech?
Ooh, Brawler and the Viper eating a crap ton of damage. Side torso already open. He went from fresh to almost halved.
So map control is in the favor of Equilibrium thanks to that Blood Asp in a large part, but they are bleeding a lot of armor. Blood Asp is at 44%. Leg is open, and rear. Legs must have been stripped to be opened up. I'm assuming it has leg cover for most of its trades.
That Blood Asp is down to 42%. If 5J could focus it even for a couple seconds and finish it off.
Windscape down to 57%. Side torso is open. JP Django is open center torso in that Crusader. Now, caps are ticking in the favor of 5th Jaguar Dragoons, but it's still a long ways off.
Yeah, with only a 3 cap, it's going to be another 5 or 6 minutes before they have a major
Jiffy's
cap
looking
advantage.
healthy. The rest of the 5th Jaguar Dragoons traders are looking pretty beat up here.
Dario and Simrog both trying to climb the top of the center map piece. And kind of jump jetting at each other. Simrog jumped down. Dario's still up there. Windscape at the 52% now. Is he opened up? Half? What's going on here? Okay, his side torso is he's almost tapped. His side torso is open.
53%. The Vulcan open center torso, open orange. So one good hit and G-Ram could go down.
Chicken Man bullying Dario right off the top.
I'm not
and he's diving
sure why
him too.
Dario was wanting that top position so strongly. It's not really a relevant position anymore in terms of map control here. Looks like we're getting to the Hatchaman here, 65% looking relatively healthy for Bacon Lord, making a move. They're still holding Theta here, 5th Jaguar Dragoons. They've got basically everyone in the low ground right now trying to hold on to Theta and just desperately hoping for those caps to tick out, as it doesn't look like they're winning their trades. I think they've got that sense
Yeah,
as
EQ
well.
with the top, with holding the top. They're getting angles on these. 5JDX has been
Yeah.
corralled, so to speak, right here.
Wanson's halved. First kill, though, is the Stalker. Stalker in the basement was picked off. Somebody found the angle.
Brower and Stimrog duking it out, Viper versus Viper, but Brower is losing that fight decisively. Um, his side torso is one touch, and he's cord CT. It looks like Stimrog's going to go for the kill.
Direwolf
Monk
is
just
down.
died, but yeah, Stimrog's over here. He's going to pick off Brower in this 1v1.
Chicken Man's diving in. Chicken Man and G-Ram going in. Looks like the Crusaders the called target. Crusaders down. The Hatchaman powered down, has an open side torso. Does go down. That was an extra light engine on that Hatchaman. Chicken Man's been
Theta
legged,
is
still in the
controlled by
fight,
the enemy.
and G-Ram's dueling against the Javelin here. G-Ram still alive, one touch center torso though. Dodges some SRM fire, and Javelin goes down. G-Ram picks off the Javelin. So this has gone the way of Equilibrium. Their mechs are very heavily wounded, but they've got enough to go for the caps here. They're actually getting the 4th cap right now.
You just
And
mentioned
last
them
mech
being
goes down.
wounded. That's something I do want to point out. That's one
Yeah.
thing that's super different between
The enemy has
the top
gained
of
enough
Div A
resources.
versus
We've
Yep.
failed.
literally everyone else. Is
There's about 4 teams in the game that can spread damage the way that 5th Jaguar Dragoons and Equilibrium can.
yeah,
It's very impressive.
yeah. They have mechs constantly getting down to being opened up 30-40%, sometimes less, and their mechs, they position well, stay out of being shot at while keeping their guns in the fight. It reminds me of I think it's St. Pauli, the summoner extraordinaire. He mastered the dual UAC 10 summoner, and on multiple competitions, he got that thing down to single digits with weapons with
Weapons.
HP. It's still fighting. Like yeah, the top of the game is so vastly different. You can't take those kind of risks that'll get you picked. It's all about keeping your guns in the fight for every second counts.
All right, so the first drop goes the way of Equilibrium. Just got to get the map switched over. We're going on to Polar Highlands next. So a little bit of interesting stuff there with the Blood Asp in terms of the high ground position they took.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've actually seen a blood asp get up there. That's very, very impressive. I'm like that mech was definitely putting in a lot of work, really making it really hard for 5J to just control that middle ground there.
That's part of what I was talking to, though, that these teams have scienced it out. Like I've been up there with a Mistlinks before, messing around to see if I could put a 2ER large Mistlinks up there in a previous comp league. But I didn't know you could put a Blood Asp up there. That is a lot of climb. And I'm guessing that was 10 tons of jump jets that was dedicated to that specific climbing position. That's a lot of tonnage you're giving up in terms of heat sinks or armor, as their leg was opened up relatively early.
Yeah, and also they probably put skill points into that too, just to make sure they could get up there.
Entirely possible. Yeah. I've done that for comp matches before, gone and scienced it out and known, I need to take these skill points in order to climb for this position. Anything you want to talk about on the map or about builds or anything?
I mean, there's just so many different builds. Like again, like you had said earlier, like all these teams both know exactly how to run their mechs, run exactly how they need it to get the win whenever necessary. Like the two big differences, I think, was the Stalker 7D versus the Stalker 4N. The 4N had that bigger alpha poke, but I do believe the 7D has a little bit more of a DPS standoff.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter in that fight because like the 4N was just so oppressive with its ability to peak, and the fact that again that Blood Asp pushed off the Stalker and basically forced all the traders of 5J down which really essentially helped EQ their win the fight.
Yeah,
And
it's very impressive being able to force the opposing team to drop, but their choices are drop or die, and a lot of that came down to build differences in my mind. The higher alphas versus the more DPS orientated. Yeah, high alpha when trading against DPS, you can control the peak and the poke. You're going to have the easier time winning those trades. And Fifth Dragoons never even attempted a push there.
yeah, they were 100% just like, even watching the replay back on the stream right now, 100% 5J was just playing EQ's game. Like, there was, I think the advantage they had was cap, but they were just bleeding everywhere else. Like, around the 1120 mark, if you just, like, the HP difference, massive. Like, EQ had complete control of that game the entire time. I'm very impressed. And the Crusader builds were also very drastically different too. You had the heavy peep, light peep from Bonson, and the ER peep from Django. Two very different, you know,
Yeah,
ideologies on that.
that
One
that
was
speaks to
more,
the flexibility of the Crusader a little bit. There's all these different builds that we see. We saw 3 large Crusader earlier. We've seen Snubnose PPC Crusader. We've seen this light PPC, heavy PPC Crusader, the hybrid mid-range build, and then like the ER PPC Crusader. They're all just Crusader 6Ts, but they all do something a little bit different.
so anyways, to go talk about this next map, Polar, I think we're gonna see a lot more push from both of these teams. I think it's gonna get dirty, it's gonna get nasty. 100% expect to see all these mechs dead before there's all the caps are capped. I would not be surprised whatsoever. Like, looking at how 5J is stacked up on Polar here, they got 4 Charlie, 3 Bravo, 1 Alpha. That honestly tells me that they're looking for the northern side of the map. Gulf 7 through Hotel 7, taking that northern side, trying to probably play for like Epsilon, Theta, Gamma. Really just trying to control that northern side as much as possible. And that can be both good and bad. Because then, again, Team 2 has the advantage on Gamma. They can get there a lot quicker. And, but then Kappa's kind of left to its own devices where, EQ could just go snag it real quick and then run back. And basically, you're down to what could essentially be like a 4-cap game against you if you don't grab Theta quick enough. Or if you're just not quick enough to grab Gamma. So,
Yeah, do you
and
think we're going to see, the Cap Commando or something of that nature from either of these teams on this map?
I don't think there's going to be a Cap Commando. I don't think there's going to be any designated
Yeah.
capping mech.
Does that play to maybe the idea that a cap strat requires your opponent to make a mistake for it to work?
I think it requires indecision because if a team can't decide what they want to do against a cap strat, then the team that's obviously capping is going to have a huge advantage because there's at least one player actively doing something instead of just sitting there not doing anything.
Yeah.
Like those cat mechs don't really play to what both of these teams want to do. Both of these teams want to kill each other. Like,
Yeah.
they want to kill rather than the cap. They want to win by skill, by being efficient, and just that show of force and dominance.
In the past, I think part of the cap strat thing has been if you have a player who's a little bit weaker, maybe you put them in the cap mech. They're good at running around, taking cap points, and it does require skill. It requires game knowledge, tactical knowledge, but it doesn't require aim. And both these teams, I don't think they have a single player on their roster who can't aim. So, um, teams are ready. They let's just keep it rolling. Let's get this kicked off.
Look at it for both teams. I think we're going to see a northern fight.
So while we're waiting for players to load in, I'm going to go around and look at this Gamma Rock a little bit for everyone who's wondering what we're talking about. There's a cap point behind a high ground position. High ground position is very good for scouting and for trading. There's a little bit of cover that you can use, and then also with a slope you can back down the ramp while hill humping with your high mount blood asp, for instance. So it's a map feature that is
Call it
fairly
Pride
dominant
Rock.
for trade position. Yeah, Pride Rock, and then also it's got a cap point behind it.
Yeah.
And for anyone joining us here, it's Therax casting. Levels joined me. He's casting over on MWO Leagues 2. If you want to see a separate angle for the fights, maybe at the same time live if you got the internet and the monitors, or you can look it up later in the VODs. And we've got Direwolf Sang here joining us as the expert for today, for the first few matches today.
Command coming in.
I'm looking at
Capture and
Equilibrium
hold the
here. Going to try to
resource
grab this
points.
build.
Stop any hostiles that get in
Seeing
your way.
a Marauder 2 with 7 ER large. Marauder 2C2. Supernova with 8 ER large. Dual Hag 20 on the Void Hellfire. I don't think I've seen that build before. Mad Cat with dual Hag 20 quad ER large. Viper is a mix of heavy and standard machine guns with some micro lasers. Arctic Wolf is SRM with 2 heavy large lasers as well, so not a brawling Arctic Wolf there from Magic Pain Glove. GRAM is running 2 heavy large and some ER Meads in the Shadowcat.
We have gained Epsilon.
Incubus is SRM and medium pulse. That is a little bit of a capping choice there. I believe I've got all 8 mechs here then.
Yeah, looking over here at 5JDX, we got Bacon Lord and a Lanner. Micro pulses, definitely a knife fighter.
Airstrike online.
Jiffy Medcat 1, quad laser 2 Goss, classic. Brower in a Shadowcat with looks like heavy large, couple heavy large, couple ER Meads, and then a bunch of light machine guns.
Airstrike online.
Dario SRM's machine guns, also a couple flamers. Monk rocking the Stalker with 6 ER larges, another classic. Django, ER large, small laser Crusader. Summoner G, 2 ER peeps and 5 small pulse. And then Cougar's and a Viper, just all the micros.
We have possession of Kappa.
So both these teams looking to trade. So this could be a long, drawn-out, slow affair. Might come down to caps just because of the amount of time that's going to be spent here. Crusader 6T from 5th Jaguar Dragoons with 3 ER large. I've heard people provide an opinion on that it's not something they think is very good. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that, see whether or not it is capable of winning a trade with just 3 Inner Sphere ER large against these mechs that are packing like 7 or 8 ER large from, the Supernova and the Marauder 2C2. Marauder 2C2 is still making its way over to Pride Rock. So they are playing around Gamma here, secured it early with their lighter mechs, gave up Theta in exchange for it. So Equilibrium right now is down on caps, but they've got the map positioning that they were looking for.
Yeah, as we say,
So they've got several
EQ,
minutes
EQ's
to-
pushing forward. They're getting aggressive. They're taking some nice angles,
Yeah.
and if they get the Polycat over here, they're about to get flanks on 3 of 5JDX's traders, which are all balled up in one spot. They are
Yeah,
strike
Bondsmith is
bait,
ranged.
flank bait. This EQ,
It's a big
EQ
alpha
could punish
on
it.
that Hellfire. Looks like Mongatsu's looking that direction, maybe? No, does not look like they've spotted it. There could be an opportunity here to try and work this side of that Stalker, perhaps. Both teams just sitting back and trading. Percentages tell us a little bit of how it's going. Looks like Equilibrium Chicken Man is down to 70% in that Mad Cat Mark II. Not a very low number, depending how that damage is applied. It may or may not matter. Montgatsu just took a big hit to the center torso, down to 80%. Center torso's changing colors to a bit of an orange shade here.
Oh,
G-Ram's
there goes
joining
the
us.
strike.
It's a side flank.
Oh,
The
Weapon
response
Monk and
is coming
Jiffy are
5th
about
Jaguar
to get
Dragoons.
nailed with that strike.
Yeah, 5th Jaguar Dragoons responding here to see off the side flank. which is already leaving. They dealt their damage, now they're getting out. It's
Yeah.
3 cap to 2. It's going to take a while for that to matter, though. Now, Theta might be flipped here with the Wolf Pack having been pulled out of position by that side flank. The 5th Jagged Dragoons do not have a lot of mechs in position to deny Theta right now.
Polycat just bullying Jiffy and Weapon Master over here on this flank. Just pop-tarting up, getting some shots in. GRAM is starting to look a little damaged.
75%. Center torso is getting weakened.
Like a lot of these high-end games, both teams are going to spend probably just as much time repositioning as they do shooting. I will say
at Kappa, the Incubus was looking at Kappa, but they didn't step on it. Oh, we have a fight here. Theta. Brower goes down. Sucked in a little bit too close there against GRAM. And
yeah, he got super drilled. Maybe a little too close to the fight, considering he was heavy large lasers. He could have been 400 or 500 meters away and still doing full damage.
GRAM is open center torso. Probably thought he could get the pick there and got spotted. Would be my guess. We don't have the team's comms, so it's hard to know what they've seen or have not seen at times. Now, Incubus is grabbing the cap. They are being pursued here by the Viper. Now, is this an opportunity where Equilibrium, they're up a kill, and multiple mechs are going to be chasing that Incubus? Can they make a push here while this goes on?
This Viper needs to kind of try to kite this Incubus right to that Crusader that's coming, walking his way to the fight.
Yeah.
Or sorry, I thought the Crusader was coming to the fight. Crusader is now running off.
Stimrog is taking this fight. Looks like
he's going to get the pick
down
on this Viper for sure.
At the same time, we're going to have a push over here, I'm guessing.
Oh, Stimrog gets laid by the Lanner. Later's almost laid. Stimrog's about to take out 2 mechs for 1.
We have possession of Kappa.
I mean, if you can get the leg off, that definitely helps on the cap situation, but losing the leg themselves in that Incubus. Bacon Lord has to stick around to get the kill, though, because they're fighting on a cap point, so you can't leave the cap to the Incubus.
EQ is now taking FCs.
Yes. Bacon Lord, both legs are open, but they did get the kill there on the cap. So it's still a 3 cap here in favor of 5th Jaguar Dragoons. There is a flip going on in the background, though. What's left for the 5th Jaguar Dragoons is not really set up to be... they've stopped trading. They're so low on all of their mechs.
Jiffy, Monk, and Weapon Master got pinned here. This would be the garage.
JP Django's going to try to go for the cap.
Oh, Django is getting melted trying to cross this ground.
Yeah. The Supernova with the 80 or large is putting a number there. GRAM is catching or being caught by the Incubus. Hard to say who's catching who. GRAM open center torso. Incubus running off as the Arctic Wolf has shown up.
Ooh, Jiffy goes down. Yeah, EQ has crossfires on these mechs over here. I'm pretty sure Weapon Master and Monk are done for.
Dario and the Incubus has been legged, and the Supernova is about to take them out. Magic Pain Glove just leaving the fight, keeping their legs alive. Leaving the kill for a teammate.
And Monk goes down. Weapon Master will be next. Well, once Dario goes down, the Supernova is probably going to get crossfire on Weapon Master over here.
All right, Bacon Lord, both legs are open. They're going in against the Hellfire Void. Void is looking very fresh, 67%, but nothing's open, whereas Bacon Lord just got legged. And
Weapon Master immediately, he got out of his cover, immediately got picked. But he was pretty damaged.
Could lose this 1v1 still, but it doesn't matter because the cap situation with, yeah. Well, that was, again, fairly decisive in the side of Equilibrium. Their mechs are very low, but they had map control established relatively early on and turned that into a cap control. Played out slow, very controlled though. That's how these top teams like to play it. They're methodical.
So if you notice on the EQ side of things, there was never a point where they just stopped. They were always advancing, pushing 5J into the positions that EQ wanted them to go into. Like Level had said earlier, all of the 5J traders were just in one spot. They got
Yeah.
traded out heavy by the 8-year large Supernova, the 7-year large Marauder 2C. You even had the Hellfire with some trade potential with the Hags.
There were build differences there, and also maneuvering, the positioning, the side flank from the Hellfire, the Shadowcat, and one other mech. I forget what it was. It didn't deal a lot of damage to the traders from the 5th Jaguar Dragoons, but it pulled the lights over to cover on that flank, and then the flankers just bailed out and went and took Theta, which is a lot easier to control with your weapons than it is to take with your legs. So, very well done. Just moving the opposing team around as you desire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think EQ was worried about caps whatsoever throughout that entire fight. And to Stimrog's credit, he did a fantastic job just being a nuisance on that Kappa side. He had 2 mechs that went to go respond to him at one point. Like, once he got that kill on the 5J mech, he could have just sat there and just kept the Black Lantern there for as long as he wanted to. Granted, he was leg, yes, but Bacon didn't want to risk losing his own leg as well. So he essentially was able to take 2 mechs out of that fight, making it easier for the rest of the EQ team to just continue that sweep.
Yeah, so Equilibrium now is up 2 drops to 0. This is a potential decider drop here coming up. 5th Jaguar Dragoons, if they want to stay in the winners bracket, they have to pull a reverse sweep now. Pressure's on a little bit. They're talking like they're expecting to be in the finals, and the road to the finals is a tough one. They didn't get an easy pass by qualifying through the invitationals. Now they're playing for their winners bracket life. Now, if they lose here, they just drop to the losers bracket. They can still make it to the finals by playing through the losers bracket, but competition's heating up. There are no easy teams moving forward here.
Yeah, I mean, especially like the loser of this fight plays the winner of KDZM versus Mech Enjoyers.
Yep.
And how ironic would it be?
Oh my god, if 5J loses the KDCM a second time, I'm gonna die laughing.
What makes you think KDCM's gonna beat ME?
That's the question. We don't know that KDCM is going to beat Mech Enjoyers, and
They definitely
KDCM
will.
themselves, they beat 5th Jaguar Dragoons in the Invitational. So if 5th Jaguar Dragoons gets pushed down to the losers bracket here, they're playing against either the team that beat them in the Invitationals or the team that beat the team that beat them. Like, that's like, this isn't a child's play here. This World Championship for the 5th Jaguar Dragoons, they are being tested.
Make sure somebody timestamp level saying that KDCM's beat ME, so I can use that later.
Oh my god! If they do beat you, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, someone timestamp it. Oh,
so we're moving on to
full of
Hyper
trash
Rift.
pilots, anyways.
Oh.
I don't know if there's anything that we want to run through on either the previous map or this one.
Team 1's locked into 5 minutes.
Yeah, so looking at how Team 1's set up here, 4 Charlie, 3 Alpha, Django and Bravo, I think if I remember correctly, Django's historically been playing that Crusader, so I'm expecting him to still continue to play Crusader. I think he's going to grab that back cap and then immediately start pushing for like the D3 hill, which surprisingly really hasn't been utilized a whole lot on this map. It's a very strong position for any trader, Pop-Tart, or anything of the sort. But just basing off of how 5J's setting up, they're definitely going to they're favoring that right side of the map. Just super early predictions right off the rip there. I think that they're going to try and just that swing, going right towards Epsilon, left, and just force EQ to either receive them or trade them. Because, I mean, they have that entire ridgeline there from Delta 4, exactly like you drawn on there. They have that entire ridgeline to help trade against it. So.
Yeah, so Team 1's locked. What we know is that they've got 3 players in Alpha spawn. They've got one player in the Bravo spawn. You grab the back cap, then you get out of there. That's not unusual to only have one there. And then 4 and Charlie. The 4 and Charlie, that's generally you want to put your assaults there if you're making an epsilon push, or if you're going to be, there's good trade positions there as well. So it doesn't tell us too much about what they're doing, except
Or
that they're not playing cap. That's the one thing we can deduce from this.
yeah. Or they could be.
Um,
Like
you
that's
know,
the thing about this map is like you
yeah.
know what people expect, but this is a do
Looking,
do or die trying for 5G.
yeah.
They could throw some galaxy brain strat out here. Do I think it's actually going to happen? Probably not. But if you're
Looking at the player
how,
names, I think it's the light mechs that are in alpha. So
Mhm.
if you put your assaults in Charlie, making a play for cap, that's a long ways to try and walk. There aren't really favorable
Yeah.
ramps either. So
And the other point to note for Team 2 for EQ is look how they're set up as well. This is going to probably be a fight over Epsilon, and it's either going to be who can push harder or who can trade better.
yeah,
I would
so we
like
have
to see
both teams locked.
5JDX not get bogged down again. Because as we've already discussed in that last match, EQ kept constant pressure. It did not let up. And 5JDX, they got bubbled, right? Pocketed. And it just did not go well at that point. So I'm hoping that they don't let that happen, because EQ, we've all seen it before. If you let them have the map control where they can get you cornered in one part of the map, they will surround you and then eat you alive. And 5JDX does not want that to happen.
All right, both teams are locked up. I'm going to get us dropped here.
All right.
Both 480 tonnage, so they're definitely bringing all of the armor and guns that they can.
Yeah. You would expect teams to bring the
In
full
before
480
Direwolves
most
with
drops,
8 tags.
but...
You guys all remember seeing that guy in quick play like 6 months ago?
Can't say I do. No, I've seen ridiculous builds in quick play quite frequently, but I don't play enough quick play anymore to recognize specific players anymore. This is it. Fifth Drive Dragoons, they either start the comeback or they get knocked out to the losers bracket. So, be interested to see what happens here.
Yeah.
Waiting for the teams to load in. Oh, look at this. They're tryhard, super tryhard over here. They're painting their mechs the light colors. Okay, some of them are, some of them not. Oh yeah, no, they did. They put camouflage over their entire top half of their mech.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Up.
They're not the only team that does that. I will say Monk has come into this match with blue tiger stripes on his mech. He'll stand out anywhere in this map. He wants to be shot tonight. We got some virus pattern here. I guess while we have a second, I'll look at all these.
Sometimes try to do some coloring on my maps for mechs, but very seldom. I'm a little bit lazy in that regard. All right, we've got music. I'm going to start running through builds here. I'm looking at Equilibrium. It is a Warhawk with 2 large pulse, 2 Hag 20. That is a build I've not seen before. Warhammer 2C, large pulse, Hag 20. Hag 20 is a strong weapon. Atlas RS with 4 large X-Pulse laser. That is going to have to brawl. I did not know that existed. Viper with standard machine gun and red laser. Spider 5K grabbing a cap, and we're gonna have a fight here at the Theta, I imagine, in a little bit.
Point Theta is ours.
Just gonna quickly grab a couple builds here from Fifth Drive Dragoons.
Oh yeah,
they're definitely more ranged.
Their Mad Cat and Direwolf's the same one we saw in Vitric. Same builds and everything. They're running somewhat similar deck. There's a manual in here, which is Gauss and ER larges, or Hags and ER larges, but EQ just went right through the wreck.
Yeah, it's a push. Equilibrium is brawling.
They're looking to end this now.
And there's a little bit of DPS on that Mad Cat Mark II with the AC5 ERPPC build. A little bit more than a trade Mad Cat would have. Direwolf is mid range as well, not dedicated.
5JDX is shooting at 3 different mechs. They need that focus fire. Polycat taking some damage. Hanamoto, Jiffy, and Monk. They're about to pick G-Ram here in the back.
G-Ram's open center torso. But JP Django and that Crusader has been double legged, gone down. GRAM's still up. Hatchaman, 5 SRMs on Magic Pain Gloves. So now the Mad Cat and the Direwolf are getting jumped here. They don't have anyone supporting them really. Direwolf is legged, but the Arctic Wolf is as well from Dubix. Direwolf is taking a while to go down.
Yeah,
Mad
so's
Cat's
that
been legged
Arctic
as
Wolf.
well.
That Arctic Wolf needed killed forever ago. Jiffy goes down, Monk goes
There we
down.
go.
Yeah, this
And
is
it's
over.
just Dario. That Incubus is somewhere on the map. There we go. It's in a trench. And it's coming on that Atlas. I unfortunately did not get to see what that Atlas is doing. It did get cored out pretty fast there. As you'd expect
Atlas,
with that X-Pulse phase
Atlas and
time.
GRAM were trading with Monk and Jiffy, but Monk and Jiffy with their builds just had more range DPS. They landed
Yeah.
the Atlas pretty hard, and then they focused GRAM down while the Atlas backed off. I don't know
That
if you
was
saw it,
not
but
the
that's what
type of
happened
build
over
I
there.
was expecting from Equilibrium, the type of drop, the strat, just the SRM brawl. I mean, some funny builds in there yet too, which maybe they're cutting edge meta, maybe they're odd picks. I don't know. Were they saving strats this drop? That's what I'm starting to wonder. I mean, can you save strats in the winners bracket against 5th Gyro Dragoons? That is a gamble if they made that.
I feel today, 5JDX, they just weren't at their peak today.
I
They-
mean,
they got 3-0'd by EQ. But like we saw on Polar, the traders got surrounded, and
okay.
they just
So if they
they
weren't
just
on
couldn't
their
trade
game
anymore.
today, and they weren't on their game when they lost it against KDCM in the Invitational, are they not on their game, or is that just they're not up there? Like that's the question that starts to emerge now. Like this is a relatively decisive 3-0 from Equilibrium.
I
A lot of
guess
people picked 5th Gyro Dragoons to win this tournament, from my understanding, and a
I
lot more
picked
people
me.
picked them to finish as second or third. Like that's this is not the type of showing that I would be expecting from a top 2 team up against Equilibrium. I think there's some adjustments that need to be made.
5JDX was missing Grolsch, weren't they?
Yes.
He's one of their
I mean,
best traders. He's one of the better traders in the game in general.
is this a single player adjustment though? Is swapping one player, like whatever upgrade you get, swapping one player, is that going to be enough to reverse any of these drops today? I don't think so.
I don't know. I mean, this would be up to the other teams out there, other team leaders. I mean, how many times has it happened to you guys, to other teams in CompQ, where a couple important positions that someone
Yeah.
plays 100% of the time, and then they're not there, so you have to put in
That
backup
happens.
pilots and stuff.
That happens with your Div B teams, your Div C teams, your Div D teams, but on a Div A challenger top 3 team, like you're not, if it's not the drop color, your parts should be more or less replaceable, like swappable, to a large extent, I would think, because your player skill level is so high. Like on a team like what I've played on in the past, there's definitely been a gap between our 4 best players and our next 4 players, right? But when you're on a team of this level, of this, as strong as these teams are, um, I don't know that one player missing really would be enough to change these types of results. But I hear not a lot of talk coming out of Direwolf there. Your team is potentially going to be going on to play against 5th Gyro Dragoons next week if you manage to win. You're on Mech Enjoyers, am I correct?
Yes.
So you're playing in an upcoming match here today, and you probably don't want to comment too much, but I'm going to ask anyways. So in a couple hours, if you end up winning, and you're playing against 5th Gyro Dragoons, what are you thinking right now after having watched them be dismantled in this manner here?
It's just another team we have to play. It's another team that we have to win against. It's simple. It's just another game for us.
Yeah. Any anything you're seeing strat wise that you want to comment on?
I will plead the fifth.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah. You're not going to say anything. I'm going to ask anyways. Like, I'm asking
Yeah,
you about a
obviously.
match
Yeah.
after today's match. Like, you don't even know that you're playing this team, but what are your strats? What mech are you going to use? What are the weaknesses you're going to try to exploit? I mean,
I mean,
obviously you're not going to answer. You're too
Yeah.
smart for that.
Let's give your opponents a
obviously,
5-hour
I
head
mean,
start.
I mean, obviously, we could just look at what my name is in game and obviously know what I'm gonna play. That's not true at all. I have never played a direwolf at all this CS. Um,
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Why haven't you? Where are the direwolves?
it's just not in our build ideology. It's not in our deck
Hmm.
what we want to play.
I can understand that. A lot of
Yeah.
teams favoring mobility a little bit more from their assaults this year. We've got an upcoming match here, but we're still 15 minutes away from that. I'm going to start prepping things up for that, but I don't know if you want to run through map
The,
strats or build choices. I mean, I started asking if they were saving strats or builds today with Equilibrium electing to brawl here with that large X Pulse Atlas. Is that a thing? The Warhawk with two
If
Hag, two large pulse. Like, is that a thing, or are they bringing? Is this an instance of them feeling that with three drops that and how they're winning
I
here,
think
that they can save a strat and not show what they're going to be doing to their potential next week opponent?
I think this is exactly what EQ wanted to do to 5J. I considering like large X Pulse got buffed to where they're actually pretty usable, especially using 4. It's really
wub wub
strong.
wub.
Yeah, like, and I'm a huge fan of the Warhawk. I've played that build myself. It is extremely good. You just have to be very cognizant of where your guns are and your sight lines. It because as like you saw with GRAM, like he's one of the best, arguably one of the best players in the game, and he got focused really hard because it's a Warhawk. Um, the Atlas, I was surprised. Atlas Bros were back. Um, for large pole X pulse lasers,
I
you just don't expect it. But then again, EQ at the same time, I don't think they've had a legitimate break in their testing since invitationals. I think they've just been constantly testing mechs, testing ideas, seeing what works best for them, and have continued to use it and apply it.
I will say, when was the last time we saw an Atlas in comp? You know what I mean?
Uh, MOR of last year.
Okay, smartass. He was rhetorical.
I mean,
but
I
yeah, I
ran
mean,
it.
it was. I was surprised. I think a lot of people will be now that the drop is over in the on the Twitch stream. Uh, just how decisive that push was. By JDX, I think with better focus fire they could probably received it, but at one point they were literally shooting at 5 different mechs at once,
Yeah,
which I would imagine that I'm not sure what happened there because I know that I've seen them receive pushes better where I've seen all 8 other guys shooting the same guy at once and watched them in the blink of an eye disappear from the match, right? But
yeah.
but
Their
today
focus fire was off. They were
it was
just a little
super
bit
off.
off. And you can't be off. You have to have your best game for 5 games, or at least 3 games against EQ. Because that's just how good you have to be. You can't have any mistakes against EQ. Or else they will capitalize it, and they will show why you messed up, how you messed up, and this is what we're going to do because you messed up.
Yeah.
So, again, fair play to 5J. They definitely, I think their next match, I think they're gonna come back with a vengeance, and they have something to prove now. Like now, both DSC and 5J are waiting to see who their opponents are gonna be next week. You got you still have Aubin's KSG, which I think is gonna be a lot closer of a game than what people are thinking it's gonna be. Um, and then you also have KDCM and me, who have never played each other at all. So
Wow, 125,000 channel points were predicted for. I didn't even know this community had that many points saved up. There's almost 180K worth of points spent in that last drop. That's insane.
I mean, I do believe we're possibly getting Bacon and Ghosty for the next one.
I think they said something about it, but I don't know if they're coming. I'll keep an eye on the channel,
Yeah.
on the Discord, see if they hop in.
I mean, obviously they're going to be able to speak more about their own game, their own ideology of what they wanted to do, and what ended up happening. Like, I can see the game completely different than the other meta panel guys, because we all think differently, but we all understand at the same time the meta still is ever evolving right now. It's not gauzy or large like it was like 2 years ago. Push farm is coming more and more prevalent. Hybrid builds are starting to become more and more prevalent. Having your close range stuff, but also being able to push with it as well. Like, we've seen Highlander 2Cs coming back.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't remember the last time I've ever seen the Highlander 2C.
Oh my god, so true. I was thinking the same thing. I've noticed, as you said, builds designed for multi-purpose. I mean, for what feels like a decade, right? Comp has always been about boating things, right? A very narrow, like a mech has a single job and it does it to the max, right? But I don't know, maybe with the introduction of mechs like the Crusader, which
the Crusaders really, I honestly think, is what started a lot more of like the introduction of hybrid builds, because like the Highlander 2CB, for instance, can pop tart very well, but it also has a mean close range with like LBX and SRMs. It's even with Hags being introduced like at the beginning of the comp season. I think that even further points that out, because like at the very beginning they were fantastic at brawling. Now, not so much, but yeah, it's that was just a very strong showing of what this meta is gonna end up either becoming or it already is.
Yeah. Well, we wait on the other two teams to start the map ban. Looks like their leaders are in channel. Until we do the map ban, I'm gonna go over some of the.
Okay, I've got the stream set up here. Ghosty's probably going to jump in a second here as our next expert panelist. I believe Direwolf has to go. I think is what they had indicated. You're staying? Okay.
I will stay until Ghosty shows up.
All right, wasn't entirely clear. I got to take a quick bio break. I'm gonna be back in a few minutes here, and then we'll do the map select for our upcoming match, which is Avens and Casterian Guards. So,
Derek needs to take a
short
tinkle.
break. Yeah, short break. You guys can keep it rolling. I'll throw up the map screen here for anyone who wants to etch a sketch, and don't put anything bad on there. And I'll be right back.
Someone pointed out that the cheat sheet seems like it was written by their own teams. Super biased. So let's go over the Abins one now. Abins was founded by Bowser, longtime comp player, 1v1 master. In 2022, as a combination of top level players hailing from EMP, MJ12, SRJ, Eon, Evil, etc., the team is consistently placed in the top half of Div A, competing fiercely against rivals JGX and 5JDX, and recently, EQ. While talented at trades, Abins practices aggressive mobile tactics, seeking to envelop the Op 4 in multiple firing angles. They maintain a regular practice scrim schedule against other top division teams. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, I would say. Little factoid of note: Chimera, also known as the human aimbot, maintains a Yarl's percentage with a higher lethality than hand sanitizer, over 99.999%. Salt pilots. That's so true, though, because hand sanitizer only kills 99%.
Yeah, I've never actually gotten to. I don't think I've ever actually gotten to play against him.
Oh, they also have the PGI Dev Frostbite. I don't know. Did Krasnaz do a comp season before Tios did as Frostbite? I don't know. Someone figure that out for me.
They both participated in the ISC not ISC TOS Div S, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, the draft division.
Yeah.
That's right. They both played in that. So yeah, 2 PGI devs played comp this year. I think that's the first time ever, which is pretty cool. While we wait on Therex to finish his tinkle, we're gonna go move on to Casterian's guards. Okay, hold on. I'm going to read this and then summarize it because this is way too long. There used to be tons of Rust participated in CS 2019. They took 18th place. 2020, they didn't partake. 2021, team was reassembled.
I got you. Watch this. Ready? KSG has slowly but surely have been improving ever since they've been a team. Granted, they've played under many different names throughout the years. Like, that team's been around longer than I've been playing comp. And I've gotten to play against them as they were building up. I'm not surprised that they are in the position that they are. They have been working so hard to be what they are right now. That is why I definitely believe that this game is going to be a lot closer than what people think. KSG has something to prove. Just like NFL for that. The Detroit Lions, that is what they are right now. I 100% feel it.
Yeah.
They
Go
want,
sports.
They have something to prove. Yeah, obviously. Right. Most of us. But like, KSG is just, they've been so impressive over, like, you know, even in comp queue and everything. Like, I've gotten to play them in comp queue. They play well together. They play smooth, efficiently, everything of the sort. So
Excuse me.
I'm really not surprised where they are, and they've been absolutely killing it. So there's my flowers. You know, KSG, if we get to play each other, just know I'm gonna beat you.
Taking a look at some of the pilots here. You got the red goes the faster. Was leader of Eon at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, Casterian, the guy that the unit's named after. As you pointed out, they do have something to prove. I think they're mainly an Eastern European team.
If I remember, yes.
Yeah, so I know multiple of them are Russian. But as you pointed out, they have been slowly getting better. And this year, they're in their prime, and it'll be nice to see how far they take this.
Yeah. Like, you know, I've seen some people be like, "Oh, they picked up Eon pilots. That's why they're doing so well." It's not even that. Like, they've just been improving so much, and like, they're doing a great job.
100%.
The red, like, he makes where he plays for that team, it improves it. But is it really that drastic that they're doing so well because of him? Is he carrying matches? No, I don't think so at all. He's playing to his strength. So.
Okay, I'm back. Long delay there. My apologies.
Okay, I'm assuming you washed your hands and that's why it took so long.
Yeah.
It's okay, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm back. We're going to do the map select here between the upcoming match, Abens and Casterian Guards. I'm going to get the teams to kick off. Okay, so teams are choosing maps that they want to play and team sides that they want. For anyone joining us midway through here, I believe we've MechWarrior Online Championship Series 2023. We have a winner's bracket match here between Abens or Aubens. I don't know exactly how they want to pronounce Aubens. Okay, yeah. And Casterian's Guards. This is a winner's bracket round 3 match. The team that wins this is going to go on to play against Equilibrium, which we just watched earlier. And the loser of this one drops down to play against Dark Sea Corsairs, who won their match earlier today against Fjord, or Hunters of the Fjordlands. So be interesting to see what the teams do here today.
Looks like Abbins picked Hibernal first. Casterian Polar. That's wow.
Yeah.
This week is a great week for Polar.
Polar is a map that I think Casterian Guards has picked in the past, I believe.
Every team
Vitric
that's picked that
Station
map has
third.
tried a cap strat. I just realized that today.
Caps are an important component of Polars, but it's not something you necessarily have to do. I mean, we've seen other teams do other strats and it works, so you could pick that map and not do a map cap strat. Crimson and then mining if needed. Again, it's a best of 5, so we might not see all of these maps today.
All right, map ban is done. Switching
Yeah,
back
they
to
just
the
need to
lobby.
choose their map sides.
I'll let you figure that out.
So Casterian Guards is going to be side 1 on Hibernal and on Polar.
Hi.
My replacement. Thank you.
Are we live?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We're just going through map select right now.
Oh.
So for those of us who are watching, Ghosty just jumped in. They were playing with Equilibrium earlier on stream here. I do believe they were one of the players.
Yep.
I don't think you were sitting.
They jumped on the Citadel and did
yeah,
bullying.
that's right. I remember that. So they're just jumping in midway through here as one of our expert panelists.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, get out of here,
OP.
Dyer.
All right, I'm out of here. Thank y'all so much for having me. So
it was a
Ghosty,
pleasure,
good
Dyer,
luck.
as always.
So, what? We're talking Hibernal.
Actually, at the moment, we're just doing map select. So far, the map order is Hibernal, Polar, Vitric, Crimson, and Mining, and teams are selecting their sides at the moment. So,
Interesting. Like not picking Vitric first from either of the teams. It's usually the map you tend to pick first, but I guess Hibernal and Polar are also decently like equal in terms of the sides.
So in terms of picking a map first, what you mean is that picking a symmetrical map so you don't give the opposing team the advantage when they pick a team side?
Yeah, and Vitric is, I think, between the top teams, widely considered the most symmetrical map out of the map pool this year, so it's usually ends up the first map picked. So you wouldn't, for example, see a team pick mining first. With that being, I think CompuStat showed its Team 2 side favored.
I don't have the stats for ComQ yet. I haven't seen them. That was just a quick play stat that I had earlier with the Team 2 favor on Mining Collective. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was 55 to 45. It was like a 10% difference. Something like that.
I think I read that being a ComQ, like the ComQ win percentage, but I could be wrong.
I haven't seen the ComQ percentage yet. I've been meaning to ask that, but I didn't get around to asking for if those stats could be provided. So that's something I've been meaning to do, but I didn't get done, unfortunately. Okay, so we've got team sides here. It's going to be just 2 team swaps, depending if we get to all 5 drops or not. Okay, I think we are. And just to confirm, because one of these teams is European, we're switching servers for every other drop, I believe, is what the rules would say. Or Level, are you more up on that than I am?
It would be.
Yeah, it goes. Go North American, EU, North American, EU. Or wait, hold on. One side gets it 3 times on theirs, and the other side.
Yeah, it should be. I think it's Team 1's home server starts and then alternates.
Yeah.
Alternates.
Is Abins registered as NA or are they registered as the EU team?
Let me double check.
Yeah,
So
'cause this might
Abins
be
is
an EU
registered
match.
as NA server in EU time zone, and KSG is registered as EU.
Okay, yeah, all right. Then yeah, we switch from North American to EU every other one.
Okay, so drop 2, drop 4 would be European server
Yep.
if we get a drop 4, and the others are North American. So, oh,
Oh, wait. Oh,
I made a little mistake. Yeah, my mistake here. I dropped one of the balls that I was juggling. And somehow a player ended up incorrect here, so I will have to check to see which one's supposed to be which.
Jinto, this is on KST.
okay. So we
Were
start
players moving
EU
around
then.
when I was moving them?
Wait, this means we start EU then, right?
No, I think it's by seed. I don't know. I don't have the rule book, and I'm not a ref, so
Oh,
I don't have the rule book
yeah,
open
I'm a
right now.
horrible ref. I should say that out loud. Hold on. I think we still have it right. It's North American then EU, North American EU. I think it is. But I am going to double check because I'm second guessing myself at this point, and now I'm not sure anymore.
All right, I'm gonna put team 1 on
Professional
the
casting.
timer, and if we have to change the server, we'll change the server before we launch. I could open up the rulebook here. Just got a couple tabs open at the moment. All right. So, do you want to talk about what do we want to talk about here while we wait for the teams to get their maps
I'm
together?
here
Do
to
you
talk
wanna,
about whatever.
I mean, we
Let's
can
head
talk
to-
about.
But
Okay, so
I
we
say
were
head to
talking a
the
little bit
map
about the.
room and then let Ghosty take it away because he
Yeah,
definitely
we
has.
were talking a little bit about map select. Is there anything more to cover there, or do you want to move on to?
is there any? So there's a lot to like how you want to do the map ban. There's like tons of factors. So so you get to pick a map. So you want to pick maps that you don't care about the side on, and you want to don't want to pick
So-
maps that you care about the side on, right?
Just going to back it up a little bit further. So what happens is that teams are selecting the maps they want to play on, and they're played in that order. So they each take a turn selecting a map. Now, after the maps are selected, the team that didn't pick that map to be played gets to choose the team side. So if a team picks Mining Collective, their opponents get to decide which team side they want to play on.
So that sounds all like pretty simple. You just like pick the maps that you don't care about your side on, and then you leave the maps that you do care on. But there's quite a bit more to it, where like if you, for example, know, because a lot of high level comp is counter stratting and knowing and guessing what your opponent's going to do. So if you, for example, you know that your opponent has a preference for a team side on a map, you can take that as your pick, assuming that they'll pick that side if you want the other side. And then you can save a spot where you can pick the side for a third map. Because none of the maps you don't care at all. It's all just like, do we care more about the side on this map than the other map? They're all not completely symmetrical. And then there's also the aspect of, if you have a map that you expect to win and a map that you expect to lose, you want to get the map you expect to win out first, because morale is a factor in this game, is a factor. So if you can get 1-0 or even 2-0 up, there's a very high chance that you'll 3-0. Whereas if you go 1-1 to 2-1, it very likely can go like 2-3, and those are the matches you kind of don't want to play.
All right, I'm going to move over to the map strat map room here, and I don't know if we're gonna. I mean, we've drawn all the maps and all the strats so many times, but if we want to talk about drop deck composition or team styles, maybe even, Aben's very well known, has been in the tournament for a while. Lineup changes a little bit from time to time, but it's basically just a bunch of veteran top level comp players who have, they've kept playing even after their team quit, and they've kind of merged together into this freewheeling, freeform team here.
Yeah.
So they're relatively well-known quantity. And Castellan Guards, we've got a couple of games now that they've on stream, so also have a decent idea of their team, what they like to bring.
Yeah, I mean, as for Abbins, I mean, just listing some of their players: Bowser, Chimera. You have
Chimera.
Lizzie. Those are all people who have won like 1, 2, sometimes 3 world championships in the past. Like, it's that roster in terms of like history and achievements is super stacked. Kong Lord, Zeus, Rick Rom, like
Chimera and Rick Rom, I believe they've kind of come back from retirement. I don't think they played last year.
Selith as well. Selith is the old EMP team leader, for the people that didn't know, at least to my knowledge. So,
All
EMP,
right.
of course, being a team that won like 2 world championships. And KSG.
Team 1 locked with stacking 4 in Alpha, 1 Bravo, 3 Charlie.
Ooh. KSG, probably the most underestimated team this season, I would say.
Oh, 100%.
They made a huge jump, and then they had a very uninteresting tournament run so far, so people didn't see their full potential. I think they played KDCM and then KDCM, so it's very hard to tell
receive 2 matches
how
in
good
a row.
they are.
They haven't shown a whole lot other than that so far.
And I think people aren't aware how much KSG scrims. So,
and for anyone who's unfamiliar with any of these teams, Casterian Guards is a Russian language team, Eastern European.
Oh, I bet their comms are fun to listen to. I imagine a bunch of I played comp with Saiso. He was 1 Russian, right? And this guy, he was legendary for when like he gets jumped or something, he just starts shouting stuff in Russian, and we have no idea what he's talking about. But obviously, he's panicking. So I can imagine a whole team of Russians is just an absolute pleasure to listen to.
Kind of just more playing to the fact that like these are players that I don't run into in quick play. I'm not familiar with them. I don't play the same times that they are playing. So it's kind of got that unknown element. And then in ComQ, they had a high finish in ComQ, but the results were kind of, nobody was exactly sure what to take out of that, because the teams that they were playing against would have been weaker teams during lower population queue times, or whatever is kind of the idea there, that we weren't sure, because they hadn't been facing other top teams. We weren't sure how strong Castrian Guards were or were not coming out of their relatively high seed from CompQ finish, but
they placed 2nd in CompQ, I think. So 6th overall.
Yeah. Yeah, they came into this with a 6th seed, second highest placement in CompQ, but people weren't sure how strong this team was going to be, and we're still not entirely confident either. Today's going to be a fair bit of work toward determining that.
I think the odds here are like 35-65. I'd say KSG is the unknown quantity here, but they're also the underdog.
Absolutely. Everyone would consider them an underdog, but we haven't even seen them do not brawl receive yet, really. So just to see what other tactics they can pull off, how they're going to play against a team that isn't going to just be brawl rushing them. And we have a lock, so teams are ready to go. I'm going to switch us over for the match.
Let's see if we do get a brawl rush here.
That'd be fun.
Could happen. Aubins could definitely do a brawl rush. Would not be outside of their realm of possibility.
Definitely not.
All right, I'm looking at Abbott's here already. 4 binary stalker, PR Peep Crusader, a piranha, machine gun piranha, Warhammer 2C ML with Gauss ER larges, Death Strike, Gauss large pulse.
Command, come
and a Shadowcat, which is heavy machine guns and ER peeps.
We have Gamma.
So I'm looking at Aubin's deck here. A lot of binary lasers on Stalker and such. It looks like a receive deck here to me. Some Hags, ER large. They did bring a Piranha, which is a odd pick for this map. Shadowcat is ER PPC, so a little bit lower DPS on that with the Pop Tart than with the Laser Vomit. But yeah, fairly standard deck. So they're going to be playing more of a, I mean, other than the Piranha. The Piranha is unusual, but looks to me like they're going to be playing more of a standard style. Now, there is a jump here. Bowser's not seeing this. This is unscouted. Bowser's going to get a surprise here in their back with their Hag somewhere right shortly.
Are they going to get all the way up there before they get seen?
No, the Missling's going to spot this.
No, he did! He did!
Oh, come on.
Oh no, Bowser's getting picked! Oh, he's down to 60%!
The timing was not there, but Bowser's in major trouble. Will be going down shortly. Red goes to faster, took a big hit and returned. Head is open, side torso is open.
Alright, Bowser's down. Now they gotta pick this warrior.
This brawl push just needs to keep rolling. I don't know if they can convert that early pick into a win. That's going to be a tall ask, but there's a low DPS on stuff like this, the Stalker, and the Crusader's not in the fight right now. They're still out of the fight. So the brawler, the catapult
Texan's been legged. His Mistlinks is legged already, and the other Mistlinks that just legged him has decided to ignore him and just leave him, and he's going to rejoin the fight over here.
Okay, so Shadowcat from Scout Derek is needing to pull out of here. Low DPS with those ERPPCs, and the assaults for Casterian guards are now getting into the fight. They've pushed up the entire way, and
they're focusing too hard on that Shadowcat. They need to focus this Death Strike that's picking them apart.
Hellspawn's lagged, but Rick Rom's Crusader's taken a nap, and his open leg as well. I don't know why they are not down yet, but looks like is that machine guns on a Mad Cat Mark II?
Did Rick Rom DC?
I don't know if it was the mech was sleeping or if they disconnected. Something was. I mean, this is over, and not the result anyone was thinking of. I didn't see a hold called in chat.
As I understand it, they have to call the hold, and it has to be before the first cap is taken. In the first minute?
Cap wasn't mentioned in the rulebook, from my understanding.
That might
there
be
was a time limit on calling a hold, and it was prior to mech deaths. So I don't know if there was a disconnect here or not, but this is a win for Casterian guards. Shock start to the kick things off.
We've gathered enough resources. This triumph will provide us huge tactical benefits.
It's within the first 45 seconds and before mech is destroyed by the other team.
Refs don't call holds.
No,
I don't know what.
No. The teams have to call the hold. We arbitrate more than anything. Yeah, that.
I mean, how would a ref call hold? I mean, anyhow, yeah. Casterian guards picking up a win there to start things off, a drop win. That's a very good start for the match for them.
Yeah, Rick Rom must have been DC'd from the start. I didn't see any in-game indication that he DC'd either.
Well, you don't see that as a spectator.
You don't see it as a spec unless you go into a cockpit, then you do see it.
All right, so Casterian guards picks up the first drop win, and there might be some controversy there for officials to sort out in the background. I'm not a ref, so I'm just sticking out of it. What do we want to run over here in terms of maybe builds? I saw light machine guns on a Mad Cat Mark II. I don't think that's anywhere near the meta.
It was mainly a 5 large pulse Mad Cat Mark II. It's the 2A. Where it has one right torso ballistic and one CT ballistic. So I imagine those light machine guns are just added because, someone had the tonnage. And they couldn't have more energy hardpoints. I think the 2CA was mainly the 2A was mainly taken for speed and being able to pinpoint light mech legs with the large pulses compared to like Hags.
Alright. Let's just have them get ready for the next drop, and
Yeah.
I'll contact the refs, see what's.
Next map up would be Polar Highlands. I'm going to throw up the map room page here.
I will throw one thing in though. I don't think if there wasn't a disconnect. I think if there wasn't a disconnect, KSG would still have won. Barely, but it wouldn't have changed the outcome. The main issue was just letting those 4 medium mechs and the catapult get on top of their mechs completely unscouted. That's a huge issue, and just I think in some ways not expecting a ball push from KSG at all. Also, we have another expert here.
Oh, do we have another?
Oh yeah,
yes.
Bacon is finally.
Bacon Lord.
A wild
Okay,
Bacon
Lord
has
joining us.
appeared.
Hello. I had to grab a snack. I was hungry.
Dude, I feel you.
Understandable. Those matches were really tough. Well played, guys.
Okay. So it's Therax and Level doing the cast, and we've got 2 experts joining us here. Ghosty from
Bacon.
Equilibrium and Bacon Lord from 5th Jaguar Dragoons.
All right. Yes. Double check with the rest of the official team. Teams are responsible for calling their holds. But the disco part. Hold on.
Okay, so there was a disconnect. So
Yeah,
we can
but
confirm
it's
there
the
was a
first.
disconnect.
But did it happen the first 45 seconds though?
Yeah, as spectators, camera, you don't get a notification of when players disconnect. One of those mini, cute little features.
So, Polar.
Yes. Well, you talk about Polar. I'm gonna deal with this stuff in the background.
Yeah. So Polar
Bacon,
Highlands.
let's talk Polar.
Yeah, we're moving on to drop 2. I don't think there's any way that is gonna go differently. Polar Highlands, Castrian Guards again has Team 1. Now they showed Brawl that last drop on Hibernal.
Yeah. So Polar weirdly is like probably the most diverse map in terms of what you can do on it.
Okay.
You can cap strat on it, you can brawl on it, and you can bring long range on it. It's completely out there. I think Abins is going to default again and play control. I don't think they're a team that likes switching last second, and they lost to a DC. So I don't think they're afraid. Like, I don't think they're concerned enough that they would try to do last minute counters. And from what I saw in Hibernal, they're playing very default, very. They're trying to not play the rock paper scissors game of like brawl trade and cap strat, and just basically do half of everything and try to win that way.
All right, so I'm looking at the map here. Earlier we saw, we're talking about Gamma and Pride Rock, how that's a power point that teams want to gain control over. Theta is another possible area that teams are going to fight around, as it is a central cap.
Yeah, I think the most interesting things on this are like the most interesting spots are like this side above Theta, this side above Theta, which is like where you usually go with the mediums and heavies. Then whoever takes Gamma side, and then also the light fight on Kappa, because the caps are so far that getting to 500 caps and you have no lights left, you basically lose the game. So getting Kappa and like getting Theta, Kappa, or like Gamma, Kappa, Sigma, Theta, Kappa, FC, something like that, puts pressure on your opponent. So winning the light fight at Kappa or just sending more lights there so they have to run away is a big deal on this map.
Now, there's a rock formation in front of Kappa as well. It's not quite as nice as the one over on Gamma, but I haven't seen much attention paid to that by any of these
Yeah.
teams in the competitive tournament so far. Is it just that Gamma is that much better that teams would rather challenge for it instead of going and taking,
Yes.
round Kappa?
Basically, if you're on that rock on Kappa and the other team gets Gamma, then you have a lot worse sightlines. If you could get both, that would be great, but they're just too far apart that you can't. So, if the other team doesn't take Gamma, it's a good spot, but you can't rely on that, so you can't plan your strats around it. If that makes any sense.
All right.
Okay.
Previous match issues have been dealt with. We're all good on that front. Yes, we are moving on, and I'm not gonna lie, I missed everything you guys said. So go sports.
Yeah.
Alright, Bacon,
I,
what do you
I
think?
don't think I wouldn't risk playing Rick Rom if he DC'd like literally like back to back over and over again. Like it's really risky.
Yes, I'd agree. I think you guys have like a similar setup than we have, but basically, if one of us DCs, and I DC'd in a match, the last match we played, like it's instantly we're
All right,
subbing
Team
you
2,
out for the rest of the drops.
Team 2 has just officially locked.
Cool.
We are good to go.
So let's see if I'm right with Abens playing default.
All right, launching the match here. Getting to drop 2 Polar Highlands.
All right. Unpopular opinion. I want to see old Polar back at least for 1 week. I kind of miss the rotation around a single. Like there's one building on the whole map, and everyone rotates around it, and it's a satellite dish.
I would love for all the old maps to be available in private lobby.
Yes.
Like they don't take a lot of resources in the game because they're just reusing assets, but that's a discussion for another day. Spider 5K, large X Pulse, heavy machine gun. This is on the side of Aubens. ERPPC Crusader, small laser backup, Marauder, dual Hag 30 ER large, and Maul same build, dual Hag 32 ER large. Death Strike is 2 ER large, 4 ER mead, and a pair of Hag 30. So a little bit of
25%.
mid-range vomit there, kind of. Definitely can still trade. This Void is running 1 Gauss, standard Gauss, and 2 heavy large with a bunch of ER mead. Big alpha there for Bowser in the
KSG is
Hellfire.
running all the large pulse lasers. Like all the large pulse.
that'd
There's
be
a lot of
KSG.
mid range.
That'd be full
There's
push.
a there's a 4SP. It is full push. That is a mech you only bring in a full push.
So Viper is pure machine gun for Scout Derek. So that'll have high DPS, but has potential of ammunition issues. Can't click on a flea. I'm going to assume it's a flea build. So there's a little bit of early play toward Theta. I'm going to go grab a peek at that.
Command confirming that we have possession of Kappa.
Right, Red heading on Theta, but Scout Derek has a bit of overview on him. Yeah, drop the strike on him. The Red's not going to take that.
Lurking on the left there. If the Red's not careful, that could burst a side torso pretty easily.
Oh yeah, that Gauss and heavy large. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
So Theta's uncapped. The Red's looking at it, and incoming Shadowcat backing him up from Mokar. Mokar doing some carries earlier on in that Shadowcat. Very strong player in the Shadowcat from the looks of things, and Theta is now being conceded.
Resource point Theta is ours.
So
That for now gives KSG the 3 cap advantage.
Yeah, I don't know if this has been scouted yet, though. The fact that it's going to be a large pulse laser push. Now it looks like there's some weapons fire, so they likely have some information now as to what Castellan Guards is doing. Aubens is playing quite far back. I guess they are anticipating a brawl push is one of the ways they could lose, so they are playing toward a more defensive stance to start off.
Yeah, they're playing it smart. They're making sure there's a bunch of open ground between where KSG is and where they are, and um, right now they have I think they have the range advantage. So as long as they can keep KSG at arm's length, they'll slowly be able to whittle them away.
Now, at the same time, KSG doesn't really have an incentive to push unless if they're bleeding too much armor. Right now, they can sit in this trench without pushing because they do have the caps right now. There's other than potential armor bleed out, there's no real incentive to push. They're not going to catch Aubins off guard right now. That obviously Aubins knows what's coming. There isn't an opportunity to get a pick before they're set up.
Aubins must see that the push isn't coming, so they're sending their faster mechs out to start trying to get these caps back and force KSG to come out.
Or even to whittle the way on the side, like Bowser with that Hellfire. He got a little bit of speed in it, but also it's a really big alpha. If he can get a side flank shot in once or twice before a push starts, that's a big advantage.
Now, what KSG with all 4 of these mechs in this, just a small part of this trench, has me a little worried. Usually when we see that many mechs stacked on top of each other, it does not bode well for the team in the long term.
A 3 cap would take a long time to get a cap win. The red goes to faster, is looking at grabbing a cap here at Sigma. Just playing it very cautious though. I don't know if anyone actually
Scout's
has
going for
that,
FCs.
but
All of Pride Rock has an angle on it, so that cap is nearly impossible to get.
And right now, Aubins is grabbing a cap, so it looks like the caps are taking the way of Aubins within in a few seconds here. So there is going to have to be a push.
Yeah, as Ghosty said, if Aubins can deny Sigma, now that they took FCs, KSG will have to push no matter what here shortly.
And they should do it now. Because right now there's a mech on FC.
Yeah, it looks like Kappa might be the next target here for, I believe it was Scout Derek.
They
yeah,
could be
Scout Derek
standoffish for a while, so.
That's true too. Like Texans coming to take Theta.
The longer this stays as a stalemate cap flip, cap fest here, the more valuable legs become once the fight ends. Like if you've got 1 minute to walk to a cap, or you've got 30 seconds to walk to a cap, that's a pretty big difference. Even with a mech on Theta, they still have not made the push here. Castellan Guard's very patient. I don't know if overly patient. We'll find out in a bit. Zeus's Crusader's down to 84%. That's has taken some damage. Side torso yellow, but not still armored. Old Hoss just took a big shot there, and Blood Ass lost an arm. Nothing in the arm.
All right, KSG's doing its push now, but it's only
push
4
on
of them.
Theta. There's nothing really there to catch.
Yeah, all these mechs that were just there are already going away. And now KSG's caught out in the open with only 5 mechs in center. The Mad Cat is getting farmed real hard. He's down to 68%. He's lost his arm, and he's about... Yeah, there goes his side torso. He has been...
Both legs are open. Leg is gone. Jinto's legged. This looks like an Aubins win to me. Just
KSG is going for 5 cap right now. So if this fight ends up being long enough, they have a mech on Gamma.
Maybe they need to get some legs though in this fight. If they don't get legs off of like the spider, for instance, I just don't see it happening. Blood Ass being swarmed here, it doesn't seem to be able to pick a target even.
Looks like the red went to mess with Lizzie up on the hill, but jumped back off. So we'll check back in on that fight here in a minute. I'm watching Casterian get jumped by Scout Derek, and Innova is also about to get picked here by Texan and TS.
Yeah, they're not getting return fire. They're not taking legs here. Scout Derek still looks pretty healthy. Texan Scrublord leg is open but still attached. So I don't see this going to caps.
Yeah, if Red could have took Gamma and forced the 4 cap, maybe a different story. But
and still decap it. He should be going for the decap right now, not for kills.
There's 2 mechs overwatching it. I don't think it's
He's small enough. They were up on
There's
that
a
mill.
very slight sliver on it. Capping it is almost impossible. Decapping is possible.
Okay. Well, the Warhammer's open in the rear and halved. That could be a mech that goes down, but the Viper is losing its leg here at the same time. The red goes to faster. The leg is cherry red. Picks up the kill
Hey,
and
he
gets
gets the
leg.
kill on Lizzie.
Won't pick up the kill on the Marauder. I don't see anyway.
MechWarrior 414 is Kong, isn't it?
Yes,
Because I'm
I
not
do
saying
believe.
MechWarrior 414 this whole time. Kong is about to yeet the red. He's gonna get this. He's gonna get this kill and finish him off.
I don't know.
I mean,
oh, there it goes. Yeah.
I don't have confirmation on who MechWarrior numbers is, but I'm guessing it's Kong Lord or the pilot formerly known as Kong Lord, a few other names.
To my
as
knowledge,
well.
yes.
Deathstrike Mad Cat is almost legged, but there's, last fight here is going to be the Flea versus the Spider. And yeah, the Spider's just standing on the cap point, which means the Flea has to kill them to get the cap. Or defend the cap, I mean, as the situation is. The fight could go
This is
either
a
way.
PSG win, I think.
It's
Unless
very
the Flea
close.
dies here.
There's a mech on Epsilon right now, so if that
No, it's not
Flea got
KFK.
legged,
That's very close, though.
They
yeah,
have to decap Kappa really fucking fast, though.
It's
yeah,
barely capped.
it came down to the light fight, the 1v1, and the Spider just had a little bit more DPS than the Flea with those light machine gun large X-Pulse laser build.
If the Flea had just stayed at a bit of range and denied the cap from the Spider, that might have gone the other way.
Maybe.
That's what I was thinking. The Flea could have been behind the buildings by Kappa and just use that mask to peek out every second, or however long it takes for the decap to reset.
3 or 5 seconds.
Yeah, he only has to expose once every 3 to 5 seconds. That could have been the difference maker there. Looking at the damage numbers here, Cog farmed 835. Pretty big damage numbers there. Zeos with 3 kills. Good potato.
So that ties up our match. With that earlier drop win by Casterian, a little bit of a surprise, but some interesting things in this one. Do you guys want to go to the map room?
Take it away, Bacon and Ghosty. Not all at
At
once
the
now.
start, Abin's basically just they went for full receive up here, which is as it was said earlier, it was pretty smart. I think KSG kind of at that point pivoted towards getting caps and going for the 4 cap. And I think what really kind of lost them the match more or less is when they came in for the Stata push and there was really nothing there to catch. And they kind of just got they got shot by a Viper there.
Yeah.
There's a mech there. There's a mech there. There's 2 mechs there. They just had mechs in every direction. They sort of pivoted to going up here, and they kind of just got picked apart.
They didn't quite get enough value in that push, but it would have still worked out. And I'm sorry to single out a person like this, but if Dared had not gotten greedy for the kill on the assaults, but just capped Gamma, and with the fight still going on, he could have probably capped Gamma. That would have easily been another 30 points.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Fjord match where Artillery Hamster was
exactly
and ignored the Blood Asp in that match. And if the Red had just gotten Gamma and then went and shot the assaults, probably still would have got the same result, but would have had the cap and probably would have got the win.
It's also a hard choice to make though, because if you go for the cap and then you lose kills very barely and you have this result, you're gonna be really mad at yourself as well, when you could have maybe killed an assault and helped your team win the brawl. So it's not a obvious, oh, you always want to be the Fjord Commando or you always want to be the KSG Viper. It's very much it's very dependent on the game state, and it's really hard to judge which one you should be going for. It's very easy to see from overhead and in hindsight, but in the match with the limited info you have,
Your
those
info is
decisions
only
happen.
based on what you can see, what's on the mini map, and what your team's telling you. So
Exactly.
those are different streams of information that are coming in at once.
And it's also hard to not try to help your team when they're like probably making loud calls that they are dying.
Yeah, the panicked voices of pilots. We've all heard
Yeah,
them. Ah!
it's really.
I'm being jumped! You fuckers left me to die! Oh. While we're on topic, that's one thing I think I love most about com- competitive gaming in general, but specifically MWO competitive. Uh, everyone who's doing it is super passionate about it, um, and the reason why you could tell is because sometimes arguments go on for multiple days between groups of people in the comp Discord. Everyone tries harder than they ever admit. You know, even the teams that are always like, "Oh, we didn't try at all." It's like, did you not really try at all? Did you not practice, or you know, like do some internal lobbies
I
ever?
mean, no. I mean, just from my perspective, we don't practice at all. Like we're just here to play mat. We totally didn't have like 2 scrims a day for the past few days. Totally not.
Yeah. But I mean, the commitment, even for the people even the teams that don't have a sliver's chance to get, they know they're not going to get the top 3, so there is no monetary prize for them, and people still put in dozens of hours a season. Well, some teams put in multiple hours a week.
You're better off getting a job at McDonald's.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
even if you win, like I think I mathed it out as like roughly more than 1,000 for the per person for the winners, and like everyone on the winning team is just for Worlds at least putting in like at least 100 hours. Like that's not a good wage.
I mean, depends on your region. Wages are regional
fair.
if you're in a higher economic or lower economic country type thing. But if you have the money to afford a high-end gaming PC in a country that has a minimum wage under $1 an hour, I mean,
I'm gonna be suspicious. I'm gonna call you a drug dealer if you have like an RTX 4080 and you live in one of those places where, like you said, the average wages are like $1 an hour.
There's other situations that could come to play, but yeah. So for most of us, it's not okay.
Let's not get too political here. I mean, yeah, what happened there is just Abin's playing a full receive, KSG basically playing a full push, and KSG played it as best as they could, and Abin's they waited as long as they could, which is what you have to do because you can't walk up and walk into the brawl push. So,
all right, we're going on to Vitric Station here. We have a lock at our team 1. Anything we want to talk about Vitric, or is that kind of beating a dead horse?
Hey,
I mean, it's mostly beating a dead horse.
Yeah, let's beat it more.
You never know. You might find assault mechs on top of up here or up there.
ECM is good. Trust me.
Fuck? That's right.
Oh
my god.
I'm also going to say,
for the most part, it's kind of
on the last match we just watched, your guys, the mislinks, like pop tarting just like ever so slightly and shooting at each other right here. I found amusing for some reason. You had one mislinks here, the other one here, and they're just duking it out for this one little tiny spot.
All right,
Island stats.
Team 2 sparing us. We are able to get into a drop here, so
cool.
Just get that going. It's 475 tons on Obbins to 480 from Kestarian guards. 5 tons, not a big difference.
No, not really. That's mostly just, for example, taking a Phoenix Hawk over a Hanji because it's a better mech, and sometimes dropping 5 tons lighter, you just get a better mech that does the same thing.
Yeah, I think some teams, especially in the mid divisions, they focus too much on the tonnage because they'll the idea of dropping a 470 over 480. that to them is mind-boggling. It's like we got to use up all the tonnage. It's like, well, that doesn't 10x doesn't always mean it'll make things better.
You do wanna be
470.
close, I would say, but 5 or 10 tons doesn't really matter.
I'd say 10 tons you can almost always find an upgrade for one of your mechs. 5 tons, sometimes you just can't.
Phoenix Hawk is binary lasers here for Jinto. So Hunchback with mid-range vomit, ER large on that. They have a Piranha. I didn't get the build, but Piranha again on the field here. We're looking at ERPPC on the Crusader. Grasshopper with binary laser ER meets. This is kind of a mid-range. They're going low ground though. It looks like they're going to make some sort of push on the side or something. It's not the standard going up top here. Scout Derek is going to get a scout here with that spider in a second, I would imagine.
Texan Scrublord tried to deny the Theta cap, didn't manage to do it, and his left leg ate some damage from one of the binary traders in the back.
Oh, Crusader with another new build. It's a mid-range vomit Crusader on the side of Ovens.
We've seen some interesting
Hag
Crusader
30,
builds tonight.
Hag 30, dual Hag 30, 20, ER large on the Sunspider. Trying to remember what the hero mech equates to. Mistlinks is machine guns, not the standard machine gun, not the SRM build that's been more popular here today.
I'm not entirely sure about KSG strat here. They've given up center and all the high ground entirely to play here around Chicken's Foot instead. We'll see how this turns out for them, but this does not seem like favorable positions to where Abins is currently. It's
unusual, but I've seen it before, I believe. So, you know, they're playing for a 3 cap position here, 4 with Theta if they can control that. So it could be, I don't know. They've got some builds that are not the standard what you see in the North American comp meta, and then you know, I've seen that before with Castrian guards. They are on the 4 cap right now. They do have the 4 cap. So if they can delay dying long enough for that cap to work, we actually have a fight here. Phoenix Hawk has been caught, or is Gento's taking a peek into 3 mechs? I don't know what. I don't think he's scouting intel.
Oh, does he not know it was 3? He should have just turned and ran. He's going to get picked for sure here.
Gento's lagged.
Yeah. Oh, that was a costly mistake.
Unusual decision.
Also,
Mokor, don't go in there alone.
Good awareness from Abins though. Instantly jumping it.
Absolutely. Mokor firing into the mechs over there. I don't think he really did any damage. Glinter and the Grasshopper
with the Stun Spider
is really messed up. He's taking a lot of damage.
I mean, Tios is ready to go down as well, so that's
yeah, Tios has been aggressively trading up here. I was keeping an eye on Abin's traders because they were doing a good job of trying to peek together, which is, you know, one of those skills that, you know, it's easy to talk about, but it's harder to master than you would think.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been on a team that's really put much emphasis on trying to time our peaks, and that's something that if a team pulls off well, it can be very valuable. Madcat is open center torso from Old Haas, so it looks like the percentages are better for Aubins right now, and they do have the cap advantage after that pick on Jinto.
Yes. Wetler has to slow down his trades. He's about to die, and that's 70 or 75 tons that they can't afford to lose this early in the match.
Epsilon is being flipped right now.
They've taken Epsilon.
Piranha ER Mead light machine gun. Interesting. We have Red goes to faster is trying to make a play for a cap, but I think they're outnumbered, and they also are in the open. They could have mechs turn from the top and down at them. So Red goes to faster is potentially in trouble here. Crusader looks like they're going to close in. I don't know if anyone's looking to assist Red here. He's getting jumped. Executioner, Grasshopper are turning. If they can get the punish here, perhaps on the mislinks. No.
Nope.
Red goes down. Zeos is legged though in that mislink, so
mislinks. He's legged, but he's still in his light machine gun range.
Yeah, and Gwentler's 34% in that Grasshopper. All the torsos are open. Doing a very good job keeping that mech alive, but it won't last for much longer here. So
Mokor's about to get
caps
picked
are
up center.
400, but there's only 2 cap points ticking in the favor of Castrian guards, and they're kind of, in a bad spot here right now. So Scout Derek's diving in, going for the kill on the grasshopper, gets the kill, going for the execution. Oh, Scout Derek, are they stuck? Oh, gets
Yeah,
out. Okay,
Resource point Theta is
gets
ours.
out of there. Executioner doesn't get the kill. Bowser took a lot of damage there and is legged. So this is the last mech though. The Executioner might be able to get the kill on the Crusader.
MWO dies. Let's see. War crimes have been committed. But we'll put a pin in that because if we look at the damage on Abin's team, like we saw in the last game, a lot of they managed to spread it pretty well for the most part.
Yeah. It was an interesting strat that they tried to pull out. It's something a little bit non-standard to try and run the caps. They were trading
Confirming that we have possession of Kappa.
reasonably even for a bit there, but losing the Phoenix Hawk, that's a big deal to give that up for basically
I
free.
feel like KSG had far more trade mechs though.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
they
I
did. I
think
think
more
Abin's only had
range.
4. And they put all 4 in the center up top. Like they went 4-4, 4 traders, and then 4 in their
It's-
fast max.
I think very much of a matter of a single KSG trader having to peek into 2 Abins traders and then do that over and over, and then 2 traders can win against 6.
Yeah. Look at the damage numbers here. Gwent in that grasshopper, he did manage 400 before he died. Crimea in the Death Strike, 727. He was brutal on that one. TO's 556 and 2 kills. We do have the Phoenix Hawk double D'd at 50 damage. That was an unfortunate pick. Well, fortunate for Abins, unfortunate for KSG.
I don't understand that movement. It didn't make a lot of sense to me.
They did get caps. It's just I think they got too greedy, and the Phoenix Hawk was investigating a cap when they didn't see their lights anywhere. So if they had just sat on 4 cap and didn't have a Phoenix Hawk picked for free, that may have gone differently.
All right. While Therix works on the lobby, let's take I'll take the experts to the map room and we can discuss that last drop, and then spend a minute discussing the next one. All right. You guys have access to the link, right? You guys have the map tools.
Yeah. So we had KSG basically just taking control of this area here. Yeah. Draw that a little bit more beautifully. So, and then Abins was just, trading over the ramps. Switch colors. And I think what happened, so the Phoenix Hawk investigated on Epsi here, which is, after you've gotten Kappa, you've gotten Theta and Gamma, and you see them flipping Epsi. That's just, their lights have to be somewhere. They have to be on Epsi. Like, I get that you want to deny it, but if you do that, then like deny it up from up here. You can deny it, but denying it from down low is just asking to get picked by all of their lights instantly rushing you.
Yeah, even if it was just one mech there, not 3v1, that was still a bad, as you pointed out, a bad approach to Epsi's. And then he had a moment to even run away, but he decided to stand his ground and fight, and he just immediately died right after he made that decision.
I mean, at that point, you have to stand your ground. There's like, if they're chasing at you with 3 lights, if you just try to run, you get legged and you die with 0 damage. If you try to stand your ground, you can at least do 50 leg damage. It was the right decision.
Huh?
There was just, as soon as he went to investigate,
Touché. Yeah.
he died. Unless Abins misses it and is too scared because they might also have 3 mechs or something and don't want to jump it. If they make that decision to jump, which they did, then that's just, you're dead. You might as well get some damage while you die. I think the main reason they lost trades though is that all of this area here, it's really hard to hold an angle against. So people always say that like peeking together is a real skill, but I find that most of the time it's just holding an angle together and watching the same spot. And it's really hard to do that from the bottom. Whereas like up top, you can just stand out here with 2 mechs, watch the same spot, and whenever someone peeks it, you can both shoot it. Whereas from the bottom, you kind of can't do that. So you have to have someone like up here, which is isolated. You have to, sorry, this in red. Someone up here, someone like, you can have someone down here, I think, here, on this building. And they're all different angles that every time you want to peek one of those, you can always decide to just peek one and not peek all of them. So that's really hard to like play together as traders.
Now, I will say, as we pointed out, it was a very interesting strat taking the low ground. I don't know, maybe if they managed to, because as we've seen in previous games, matches, even just today, it felt like they got bottled up. Like basically their whole team got bottled up right here. So, because I did see like Teos, after he took a lot of his damage from his trades up here, he went over here to the flank and then just started getting angles when these guys poked away or tried to get into cover from these trades. And then Teos was right here, just like he laid into the Executioner a few times when the Executioner pulled away from trading with these 3 up here.
I think the real thing you want to do there is you want to get like a Laser Vomit Shadow Card or something. You want to take control of this area. Because then suddenly anything that's up top in the center, no matter where it goes, it's getting shot. And it can't hide from all of your mechs. And so getting like stuck here kind of ruins your death. But if you take control of the entire top side, it's actually, I think, a really good strat. It kind of plays similarly to mining in that way, where the usual approach is to take like a frontal, split the map left, right, east and west.
Yeah.
But you can play mining split north, south. So you can, for example, decide to just take south side or just take north side. And I think a similar thing you can actually pull off on Vitric. It's just you need to commit to it. And if you get stuck in just a quarter of the map, you're going to lose cap control at some point, and then you need to get aggressive into established trading positions, and that always is really hurtful.
We have like a Team 2's almost locked, so while we have a second, you and Bacon want to give some predictions what you think these teams are going to do here on Crimson, which is drop 4, correct? Yeah. If Abins wins here, they win the series or this match and move on, and then KSG drops to losers bracket, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
So also whoever wins this game is automatically in the top 3.
I feel like Abins has the rougher side for having map control, but the better side for potentially receiving. I think KSG's got the side they have a little bit more access to the map.
Yeah, I'd say Abins has the side that gets less information on what the other team's doing, but has like better trading spots and in other ways advantages. So, but yeah, taking map control is harder because you have less scouting.
Yeah, because you have this whole area that's basically, if you're pushing from this side, there's a lot more distance here to have to cover around. Whereas if you're pushing from this side, you've got a lot more cover for the most part.
Basically think of this here as a wall, and then
yeah, it's what 600
this
meters.
Is a lot longer than this.
Yeah, because it's 600 meters from Echo 3 to Epsies, or 700 meters, and then from Echo 3 that wall to so like the Sigma area is basically 1,000.
Yeah. And
about.
Then the other thing is that from Team 1, you see anything that goes over saddle to Theta from Team 2. Whereas on Team 2, Team 1 can send mechs all the way along the back, so you never know whether like you have to basically scout by counting mechs and knowing how many they sent Theta.
Okay, teams are locked up, ready to go.
All right. Now, after this match,
So
we do have one more tonight, but that's not for 4 more hours.
Way later.
not that late, but it is a little bit later, yes. So the stream will end for a while, but anyone who wants to can hit a follow on the channels, and we'll be back doing one more match yet today. So MechWarrior League's the main channel, and both MechWarrior Leagues 2 as well. Live is controlling the camera over there if you want a second angle.
Live?
Sorry, level.
I was going to say, when was the last time Live lifted a finger? Well, forecasting.
I haven't seen
behind the
Livecast,
scenes.
yeah, no.
He's amazing. Shout out to Live. He does a lot
doing
of stuff behind the scenes that he does not get enough love for.
Yeah.
It took 4 of us to take over
behind the scenes work. All the team leaders, all the CS refs, like people are doing amazing jobs out there.
All right, here we are, the final. Well, drop 4 might be the final drop, might not be.
Yeah, don't jinx it. KSG can still pull this off.
Man coming in.
All right, I'm looking at Casterian guards here. Mad Cat, Goss Ear Large, Marauder, Hag Ear Large. Battle Master with 6 Ear Large. I trashed that earlier, and they did good damage, so I'm not going to trash it today.
I'll still trash it. I think
Hellfire Void,
Go
Goss
ahead.
Heavy Large. So very trade heavy here. Shadowcat is Ear Large with light machine gun backup. They're making a move that Viper and Flea, I think they're going to go for Theta with the Flea and set up to receive with the rest of their mechs. Yeah, Black Lantern is stopping for the Gamma cap. The rest of them are continuing toward Theta.
We have Gamma.
Black Lantern's running SRMs on there with
Is
Red
the Void
Laser.
going to Theta too? It's interesting.
I think as backup support. I don't think they're going to continue all the way. Over on Aubins, we're looking at dual Hag 30 Ear Large on the Night Gear. Mad Cat Goss Ear Large.
Mokor's trying to do sneaky
There's 2
stuff.
Battle Masters in this game, but one of them's mid-range.
He missed his jump. Oh, Mokor, I saw that. So did everybody else.
Both teams electing to play around Theta.
Yeah, this is interesting. Abins is also sending 5 people to Theta.
They took more mid-range Abins in their drop deck with that mid-range Vomit Battle Master instead of the Ear Large. So a little bit of a difference here in terms of how these teams could play it out.
Theta is controlled by the enemy.
Mokor getting into
a
sneaky position. That's clever. He's taking pot shots at the lights over here near the Theta cap. But he just got pushed off.
Now, with such a heavy dedication to Theta for Aubins, the island is in play, and we see 2 mechs transferring over to the island.
KSG, they're shifting their whole team back that way.
Yeah, KSG is gonna have to play for Sigma now that they can't get they've given up Theta, and they've got some potential lone time here. Traders on traders against Lizzie in the Night Gear and Chimera in the Mad Cat. But these are very high skilled pilots, very good aim. So that's going to be very difficult to win a trade even with it in player advantage. But they're going to get some light mechs in here. Shadowcat Viper coming in on Chimera. And Aubins is nowhere nearby to respond. Chimera is going to go down. Leg is open.
Yeah, that leg's about
and that's going to be a kill that... Well, are they even going to secure that kill? They've legged the mech, but they're banning them now, going after the
mech had way too much firepower. That's not a mech you can just leg and leave. It has the range to fight you on most of this map still.
There's a crossing to the water. Aubins is going to be trading... well, a couple mechs are crossing to the island, a couple are not. Night Gears have. Mad Cat's firing in on this brawl, though.
They got to pick on Lizzie.
There's one mech has made it to the island. I don't know which mech that is. Chimera is still up.
Yeah, Chimera's still up and putting a pounding on these KSG mechs over here.
Innova's got 2 mechs jumping them. The Marauders, Mad Cat's been legged from Innova. Texan Scrublord and Tios are both jumping on that Mad Cat, getting some tag team action there. Double leg kill. Chimera went down in the meantime. So the fight is going to be here at Kappa. The Charger is on the field, has been legged, but takes the Black Lantern out before going down. Casterian themselves over here is in the Hellfire. That mech has only nothing left. It's down. Poor mech got put out of its misery. And this is going to be a last stand style push here, I do believe. Push to receive. And caps are ticking, but it's taking a long time. Gwentler's been legged in the water in that Marauder 2C. Very poor position here.
Gwent
Does take out the leg on the Piranha.
Hey, he made, yeah, good on that. I thought he was going to die for free there with the turning his back to the
rear
traders.
shots potential there, but is it happening here for Casterian's guards?
Are we going to drop 5? I think we're going to drop 5. Well, we'll see. This the Marauder went down. All right.
Too close to call, but caps are ticking. There's a number of mechs alive on both sides. There's still legs on. Shadowcat got legged. Doubt Derek just got legged.
Oh yeah, Red's going to pick him.
Now Red, how are their legs looking? The Red goes to faster, has both legs still armored. Battlemaster now from Old Haas is being pushed. This is a buying time situation. Maybe the Flea
needs to run. This Scarecrow is the fastest thing left.
Stormcrow got legged.
Everything's
run, little fools!
Well.
The Red should just go for Theta.
Yeah. Yep.
What did Gandalf say? Fly, you fools.
If the Red gets out of this alive, the Battlemaster from Konglord is, or Mech Warrior Numbers is open. Battlemaster from Old Haas still looking pretty fresh, and the Incubus is legged. So this is a tactical win if the Red goes and just starts taking caps.
Yeah.
They're grabbing Kappa right now, so they have pulled out of the fight. They're leaving. They're staying to support the Battlemaster if the Battlemaster gets
does this Battlemaster know the Incubus is on the side?
This is a win. This is a tactical win here for Casterian guards. Even
Old House, behind you, buddy! Oh no!
Battlemaster's open center torso from Old House does go down.
Texan
with
the
leg
pick.
Incubus and a open leg Battlemaster legged Battlemaster, against the Viper. The Viper's now bailing out to go for Theta. It's currently a 4 cap. It's going to be a 5 cap. There's no way. This is a Casterian guards win, and we're going to drop 5. This was not a match I'd predicted to go 5 drops today, and there was a disconnect earlier.
Also exactly the right call from the Flea, legging the Incubus and just ignoring it. That match was going to go down to caps. Probably direct calling, I still have fresh legs, I can go and clutch this on caps. So then all the mechs just focus legs and you win the match that way.
On a big map, focusing legs in a fight can just lead to a surprise cap win situation. Yeah, and to Red, both legs are still armored. Well played from Casterian guards. They found the pick. A significant number of mechs committed to Theta, and Casterian guards reversed that, took the island, picked off the 2 traders that were left behind, and converted that into a win.
Wow, we're going to drop 5. I can't believe it. I'm excited.
Yeah.
ASG underdogs.
Definitely would be considered underdogs coming into this, and they did have their opponents had a disconnect in the first drop. That was a contributing factor there. But they're taking some clean drop wins here.
I think we're playing Mining as the last one.
Yeah, Mining Collective is going to be our 5th map.
That'll be really interesting.
Watching who got next walk around here, but we can start talking about Mining Collective.
Yeah, who got the team choice on that?
Neither.
It's a random team picks. It's random team picks. So
it's going to be team 2 is going to be Aubins, I believe, if I remember correctly. I can alt tab for that.
The last map isn't automatic. It's a random team gets to pick it. So
okay. So yeah, it's Aubins for team 2 on Mining Collective coming right up. Decider drop, going to drop 5.
This one honestly came down to a similar thing that the last match came down to, where last match there was a Phoenix Arc out of position, and Abins identified it and instantly ganked it. And this match, KSG realized that Abins was doing a long rotation, and they capitalized on it.
The big issue from Abin's side is when they took control of the Theta side, and they saw that the entirety of KSG was running away, right? And the KSG traders are moving up and shooting the Abins traders here, right? What you need to do is to turn around and come back and cut them off. And instead, they went for this long. They tried to chase them and went for this long,
They played NASCAR, but they had slower
Yeah.
mechs.
Yep. Yeah, they played. Yeah.
But it's also on KSG realizing that they were going that way and then just making the decision, let's jump the bigs. Because if they wouldn't have been able to jump the bigs if Abins had gone the other way back.
If Abins had gone like this, then it would have just been like some skirmish here. It would have been totally different.
Yeah, if Abins had gone like this, then KSG needs to try for Theta again, over and over, and they're gonna bleed at some point.
Yeah, it would end up just being a bit of back and forth skirmishing. I just think that the call to basically chase is not good. Like if you want to rotate this way, you can just leave like one mech here to like scout or whatever. But I think going like this up here across the top was. I'm curious to see what the reasoning was. If maybe they were trying to go for like traders. They thought the traders were still here. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll go for Gamma, catch something.
Can I point out?
It's very much a thing where you start committing and you start going for it and you get good leg damage and you're like, we made like a light here, and then at some point you're too far in, you're too far committed that now, yeah, just going forward is better than turning back around. Even though it's still a bad idea in the first place.
Can I point out how crazy this is? This is going to drop 5. Like, did anyone have that on their bingo cards this week?
Yeah, I did.
Really? Oh yeah, you did say at the start.
I think KSG is very underestimated.
I mean, underestimated, but to this extent, it's a surprise to me. Yeah, and this is a very strong showing. Yeah, they've definitely been putting in some work. They've got some good drop calling there, recognizing situations, taking advantage of it, coordinating. Everyone's on the same page. Both teams are looking pretty strong, though. But the coordination, perhaps, or the maybe the drop calling or something is a little bit better on Casteria in that last drop. They're playing some off meta strats, though, and maybe that's
that's par for the course for Russian teams, for as long as I've been doing comp.
They could have their own meta that other people are not aware of just because of the lack of cross time zone.
Yeah. I will just say
type things like the teams that I don't know if Castellan Guards even has a skirmish partner or not, but if they do, it might be a team that doesn't skirmish against North American teams on the regular.
You'd be very surprised about the things that they've brought in scrims against us.
Okay, so you guys have been doing things. All right.
Yeah, quite a lot.
I won't ask for that insider knowledge, but I am seeing different things from Castellan Guards and in terms of builds, mech choices, and then some of their strats as well. We're going to Mining Collective. Anyone have anything they want to discuss on that?
Yeah, we'll let our experts talk about mining here.
Bacon, do you see a full push here?
DC full push
from which team?
In general,
neither team has pushed it, right?
They can both do it.
KSG
they can both do it. They both kind of haven't done it.
My brain fucking hurts. 40 chess.
I'm saying it's time.
It is time. Okay, a better question. Ghost, better question.
Yeah.
Lerms?
I hope.
Not on mining, no.
Please.
ATMs though, maybe.
ATMs I could see. I've seen people playing ATM 3 summoners where they just have like 8 ATM 3s or something.
Like, say a team is pushing, for example, down alleyways, topside here, and you have an ATM Night Gear up here, GG, the push is over. Like, ATMs can be quite strong.
I think, was it Castrian Guards in the Invitationals that was taking that ATM Summoner?
They took a full ATM deck against us, yeah. On
So-
Hibernal, I think.
It's something they could crack out, I suppose. I mean, they haven't shown it against KDCM. They just ran Receive twice, Brawl Receive, both of their matches against the two different KDCM teams. And today they haven't showed any ATMs yet. Okay, so we have a
Once he
lock from
learns.
Team 1.
With only 2 in Bravo? But there is one of their
Bravo,
assaults.
3 Alpha, 3 Charlie.
This, lance-wise, this looks like a default strat from KSG.
Okay, so Alpha, Bravo, Charlie from the Team 1 side. Sorry, you were indicating Receive?
I said it looks very default stratty. So this does not scream full push. This is roughly what you'd set up if you were to play default. So you'd have an assault like Team 1, assault here, assault here. You'd pressure for the Citadel area. You'd have mechs down near Theta.
The only
That's
thing
roughly
weird
what a default is.
is they have 3 mechs in Alpha, and that is a little off.
That could just be 2 mechs going towards Citadel, like towards Citadel and Echo 4, and then 1 mech grabbing the cap. Like,
Could
between
be.
Charlie and Alpha, it's honestly very much preference for those kind of roles.
Which players are in Bravo spawn? Gwen is mostly a light mech, right?
So JB is their light mech, and Gwentler is, I think, mostly a trader. So,
Yeah, he's
Okay.
been Gwinter's been playing
put a
assaults.
trader on pancakes. Got it.
so we have
Yeah, it's
a one
very
trader on
default setup
cupcakes
then.
and a light grabbing kappa. So
And Abins is going 1 Alpha, 3 Bravo, 3 Charlie.
with 1 light in Alpha and 2 assaults in
That
Bravo.
actually might be a push or
That
like
very much
Alley's
looks like
thing.
heavy topside control.
Yep. Theta / like this whole area of the map here would be a dangerous area.
Yeah, whatever KSG sends to the stacks in D3, the pancakes or cupcakes as you put it, will have to be they're going to need to be willing to bail very quick because, as you guys said, that the Bravo Charlie stack, I see
disagree.
Abins getting aggressive there on the top and potentially picking a trader who does not get out of there quick enough.
Yes, however, the Mad Cat or whatever, the trader, I presume it's a Mad Cat or a Direwolf because that's usually what you end up putting there. Sitting up there, if you can stay up here in this area, then suddenly Abins would be pinned into this quadrant, and it's the same situation very similar situation to what KSG got in on Vitric.
Now-
Is if you can hold cupcakes, it's very good to do so.
Talking about mechs here briefly, I believe it's Castrian Guards that likes that Highlander 2C. And I don't remember who's the pilot on it.
Yeah.
But a Highlander 2C up in Delta 3 would be a very classic move.
It would be very good at being able to defend against a push. However, I think an Executioner might be even better.
All right, teams
Because
are locked.
it's
So
more pinpoint, and it can also be fast enough to run.
Noted. All right, both teams are locked. We are ready to roll.
Yeah,
Budget
let's just
Chewy.
get into this. So drop 5, decide or drop. One team stays in the winner's bracket. One team goes to loser's bracket. Loser's bracket team will be facing Dark Sea Corsairs. Dark Sea Corsairs beat Fjord earlier today.
In another
Spoilers, my apologies.
3-2?
I think that was that one went 5 drops. Yeah, it was a 3-2.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, 3-2, 3-0, and then we're about to do another 3-2.
Yeah, we just don't know who the 3
Yeah.
is and who the 2 is.
I'm
It is
I'm
honey
now.
the correct.
I'm not gonna lie. I went into this supporting the NA team, but now I'm rooting for KSG. This could be legendary if they
Right.
pull this off.
Yeah, this would be. Most people consider this an upset. I'm looking at Mexican players coming in here. I'm looking at the Aubin side.
Command coming in. Capture and hold the resource points. Stop any hostiles that get in your way.
And we've got Bowser in dual ER, 4 ER large Hunchback 2C. That's very trade dedicated. Summoner is dual Hag 30, some early weapon fire going out, dual Hag 20. Crusader ERPPC, so trade mech. They're running the Misslings 2 Theta, standard machine gun, heavy meads going as well. Mad Cat set up in the back position, 5 ER large, 2 Goss, so very heavy trade dedication. Death Strike, heavy large, Hag 30, so that's a mid-range build, and pretty big alpha there, but I imagine the heat's going to be very high. Firestarter is pure small pulse. No light PPCs on that Firestarter.
All right, looking over here.
New target acquired.
Casterian, Executioner, ER Peeps, Laser Fist, very classic. Gwent taking some hits in that trade there. Heavy Goss and ER Peeps with 4 ER large lasers. A little bit of a mixed bag there on that Mad Cat.
Target acquired.
DeRed in Viper. This is light machine guns, ER meats. Not as much of a knife fighter as I thought it was at first, but
ER meads in the Misslings, okay. A Viper as well. So that's
Innova, Crusader, Heavy Peeps.
Artillery strike.
That thing's going to hit like a brick house. Phoenix Hawk. This is the second time I've seen a light peep, heavy peep Phoenix Hawk combo.
Target spotted.
And then
yeah, that's
Mokor
becoming
ER
very
largest
common.
on that Shadow Cat.
I'm going to pull up a question here about the Mad Cat build that Gwentler is running. Quad ER large, 1 ER PPC, and 1 Hag 30. That sounds incredibly hot.
It also sounds incredibly wild.
Not actually that hot, but yeah, I just run double Hag 20 quad ER large on the Mad Cat 1. I'm going to chalk this up to KSG builds because I genuinely have no idea why you run that over the Mad Cat 1.
I believe it's got a strong quirk there.
The
for
Russians will
ballistic
Russian.
on that variant, but that's a build that I did not have on my bingo card. So just some early trades here. Neither team has taken Theta. It is considered Team 2 advantaged, but there hasn't been a commit for it. Percentages are relatively even, favoring Aubins a little bit.
I will say, I kind of expected Aubins to be playing a little more forward than, like, I've seen them play this map in previous casts. They are playing it a little on the back. Chimera is actually pretty damaged already.
His open leg. So they made an attempt for Theta, but they had to back out. Now Texan Scrublord, Chimera is at 69% there in that direwolf.
Yeah, it took a few bad trades. It still has armor everywhere, but the SCT is starting to look weak.
Epsi is open. KSG is taking this. This might go 3-1 on caps.
Oh, Aubins is setting up to make a push here. They get a kill. Didn't have it. Focus there. Executioner center torso got killed. Picked out by Teos's leg though in that Firestarter. So that's a kill for a leg on the Firestarter. That might. I would still take that trade. That's a big
pick with that Executioner. That's
yeah.
If you torso twist, you can spread damage pretty well in the thing. To get hard CT like that, ouchies.
Well, they were playing up close and they got jumped. I don't know if they saw that jump coming. I didn't see it coming. Mad Cat from Gwentler is cooking itself.
Yeah, hot as fuck.
Trying to make rotation out of where the next possible push is going to come from.
Happens only has 1 cap, and they did not cap Epsi until quite late into the match.
Caps are only at 300 to 180 currently. It is a concern, but it's not pressing at this stage.
It
3 cap
will
to
get
1.
there quickly.
They have
Yeah.
100 points on them. It's
Yep.
30%.
Night Gear's
3-1.
open side torso, and the Phoenix Hawk is open side torso as well from Jinto and Old Haas. So they're definitely getting beat up in these trades, and they are down a mech, but they are up in cap significantly. Gwentler's made it successfully out of the danger zone and will be rejoining their team in a trade location. Old Hoss just took a big hit, open all torsos on their night gear. Probably should stop trading until that Madcat pulls up and is able to do something.
Now Texan and
Heels
Kong
is
are
getting
coming here on
capped
the flank. They're gonna deny what's little cover that KSG has left here on Echo 4.
Yeah, KSG is getting backed into a corner, and the caps are evened out now 2 apiece. There's a cap lead in terms of tickets taken,
But it's not a big enough lead.
not that
It's
big.
they're 2-1.
Theta's still open here. In terms of, there's a mech on Theta right now taking Theta as Casterian guards got backed into corner, cannot defend it.
Yeah, it looks like
Significant damage. Bowser's taking a big damage. I want to pull that up.
He's falling behind Texan and Kong a little bit. Because they're kind of running together as a 3-man pack.
Casterian's in a corner. They need to find a way to sneak a mech out around and get a cap. Looks like they're sending 2 mechs around for Sigma. It's going to take quite some time, and at the same time, they need to not die while that maneuver is being pulled.
Who's over here at Gamma? Because this person is... Oh, the night gear? Oh, he's not going to be long for this world.
Yeah, the night gear's already heavily wounded. Last I saw, they were open everywhere. Still are. So they could probably get dove by like a Misling successfully even.
KSG needs 3 cap at this point to win. Their cap lead isn't big enough.
And Teos and the Firestarter, kind of forgot about them and their legged Firestarter, but they're moving to defend the back cap. So that's where this next fight is going to be taking place. It looks like it's already set up 2v4, which is not in Casterian Guard's favor.
Yeah, KSG is down. They only have 2 caps. They're missing one of their assaults, and their HP, they've bled a lot of HP up to this point. And Night Gear is still getting some shots off. I think he's halved because he's not doing a whole lot of damage.
Guard's taking the fight here at the cap, and I think it's because they don't have the intel. If they knew that they were facing off against all the mechs that they are, I don't think they would take this fight. Looks like the Mislinks is maybe trying to get out right now. The Shadowcat's in too deep.
Ooh, yeah, 3v1, Yeah. Mokor! Oh no!
Looks like there might be a fight around Epsilon as well. Look at this. Looks like a lot of damage going in on Texan Scrublord.
Ooh, Derek gets picked.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, JV is shooting into this fight, and Bowser's about to come up behind him and eat him. Oh, Bowser didn't get the pick there. Oh, he did. He got his leg.
Both legs here. That could end up being relevant here with this cap situation. It's 550 to 470. Okay, so Texan Scrublord gets the kill on the Mislinks. It's the Shadowcat. Shadowcat looks like they're legged. Shadowcat is not getting out.
Firestarter's legged. Mislinks? How's Texan's Mislinks?
Very wounded.
Okay, Shadowcat. Oh no, too late. I was gonna say maybe he could at least pick a leg.
Yeah, needed to get out alive though to go get a cap. We're looking at Jinto here as the only mobile mech left. Needs to go for a cap because caps is the only way this is gonna work out now.
They need to go for Theta, I think. Try to sliver it. But
I think
Chimera's
so too.
about to pull a big.
Ooh, they're going for Kappa. KSG has a mech going for Kappa.
Yeah, it's red. He's at 50%.
I mean,
it might win
Jinto
the match.
and Nova still have to hold these caps, or make a play for Theta, and they're heavily wounded. I don't. It would be a tough ask. Crusader leg is open. Old Hoss went down, or no, Old Hoss picked up a kill. I'm sorry, I forgot that mech was still alive. That Night Gear's been open in the center torso for a long time already, it feels like. Kappa's being flipped.
The Texan managed to get a strike and shoot him.
Here. Jinto.
Hey, he got
Jinto
Texan. Red got Texan there. I don't know how injured Bowser is though.
Epsilon's being flipped right now.
He still has CT armor, but he is. I don't think he can get cracked open. I don't think the red has enough HP to deal with that.
Jinto's getting Theta. Is that going to be enough?
It might be enough.
It's getting to 2-cap territory right now. Kappa and Gamma. Gamma's not been flipped yet.
All right, Red's going for it. Oh, Bowser gets him with a huge burn.
Agento got leg
Oh
on Theta. This
no!
is going to pick up the kill. Theta's not getting
Bowser's one
capped
touch.
here.
Oh, Red got so close to stopping Bowser from taking this cap back.
Nova's getting a deny
Gamma
here
might do
on
it.
Zeos.
Gamma might do it.
Oh, are we losing
This is
Gamma?
really getting down to it. And Nova needs to deny it for like 30 more
Yeah.
seconds.
Needs to push in, I would say, at this point. It's too risky to leave it to Pop-Tarts. Needs to push in. They're not pushing in. That cap's going to flip. Gamma's going to flip.
He just has to make sure. Oh no!
No, it's
Ah!
decapped. Push in now.
It's over.
Oh,
Oh,
Self-destruct, overheated.
Fuck,
That's
It's a
That was
good
nice.
last match. Holy shit.
yeah, for
that
real.
was really
KSG fucking flexing those muscles and almost beating Abbott. GG's.
That was a very close match. Not something I had predicted at the start of the day.
Chimera farmed. Oh my god. 866 damage. Well done. KSG, for all intents and purposes, the damage spread across the board, pretty decent. Casterian taking that PPC executioner and get so far forward with it and then off on his own with no support. Could have cost them the match here because it was so close in the end.
I think breaking this match down is really, really difficult because mining is such a complicated map, and that this was such a close match that you could see all of those like complicated little things about mining.
Yeah.
So I think we could talk for like an hour about this drop, but I think it's safe to say that there are like 100 tiny things that if Red had killed Bowser on Kappa, gotten like a second more of machine gun fire in, then that's a KSG win. If Casterian had gotten Tios' second leg before he died, that would have been a KSG win. There's so many tiny things here. Like, at that point, honestly, I think that drop might have even come down to luck. That's how tiny the differences, and how tiny the mistakes were on that drop.
Well, also when they were fighting, the Wolfpack was fighting over Gamma. Bowser was not. He was right next to them, but not even like participating in that fight with the Hunchback.
The Gamma
mean
fight
Sigma,
there.
right?
He
And the Mistlinks was able to just free farm. Like no one was even looking or shooting at the Mistlinks.
Now, from my perspective, I did see what happened here with
Was
Bowser.
he stuck?
Kinda. So if you look at the map, he tried
He
to
was, like,
cut
right
through
here.
here. He tried to cut through here, and it's not wide enough.
Yeah,
And he got stuck, and then
Oh,
it took
yeah,
him a
went
few
up the
seconds to get out, and then he went all the way around. But if he didn't get stuck here, he would have got that free back shot and one shot that
Yeah.
Mistlinks that was shooting into the
So-
fight over here.
That spot is really deceptive because it looks like you can go through, but no matter what mech you're in, you can't.
Skill Warrior Online strikes again.
Yeah, I got PGI'd.
PI bested everybody. Sticky
Yeah.
walls.
For real. Oh,
Nothing's worse than like jump jetting and then getting caught by the wall, and it's just like, oh no.
Or
And then, like,
if you
10 seconds pass and it like yeets you straight down. You take like 20% leg damage.
or you try to pop chart like a super tight pop chart, and then you just get yeeted 10 meters in the air.
Yeah, you hit
yes,
the edge
my
of a
CT
corner
is
and
gone
it's
now.
like flips you up in the air, and you're just like, oh no.
I would have enjoyed having CT armor, but I guess I will play without it.
It was
been
at this
incredible.
moment he knew. He
So I
fucked
guess
up.
a little quick wrap up here. So Aubins does pick up the match win, and
Good
so
on
Aubins
them.
will advance to face Equilibrium in the winners bracket final. One of those teams is going to move on to the grand final, and the other team's going to get bumped down to the losers bracket and have a chance to play their way back up to the winners bracket final. And it's both those teams are now guaranteed at least a top 3 finish. Now, Aubins Casterian Guards having lost the winners bracket match, they're bumped down to losers bracket. They will be facing Dark Sea Corsairs, and
that should be a good match.
I'm interested in seeing more from Casterian's guards, what they're going to bring, some of these different builds or strategies than what I'm used to seeing. And we'll see how Darkseid Corsairs reacts to that. They've got some time to prep up. We have one more match coming up later today. KDCM 17 Q Dodgers versus Mech Enjoyers. That match is going to be taking place in. Let's do some quick maths here.
That's an elimination match, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yep, and that would be 3.5 hours from now. Would be approximately when it's starting. I mean, on the hour, so do some rounding on your own there. So just over 3 hours to kick off on that upcoming match today.
Bacon and Ghosty, I do want to say we appreciate, and Dyer earlier. Want to say we appreciate you guys' inputs and everything in these casts. And of course, your expertise helps us better understand what's going through the minds of these high-end teams, and better talk about it during the match.
I think something that everyone can learn from is to not sleep on the points, because I mean, even in that last match where me and Ghosty were like, "Hey man, like these caps are important," and then you guys are like, it's not that close, not big a deal. It's like they literally have 30% more points, and that turns into they literally have double the points now. Like that is, it gets out of control really quick.
You have to keep an eye on caps as a team leader. That's one of those things. Keeping an eye, remembering to look up to check the caps every so often. But
yeah, mining especially. A lot of teams consider mining, it's a small map, it won't go down to caps. But I think out of all the comp matches I've played in Worlds, the most important matches, 2021 semifinal against GNX, went 2-3, went down to caps against on the 5th drop on mining.
I think part of the reason why that happens on mining is that the distance between Gamma and Theta and Kappa, that seems like nothing. It's very close together, but Theta is very difficult to take in those end game scenarios where you're too wounded to expose, and the distance between Gamma and Kappa are very far apart. So it's kind of a little bit deceptive on how close the caps are. Just if you exclude Theta, it is quite a distance between the other two sides.
And on top of that, it's that mining is a very easy map to hunker down on and just sit on your caps and play passive. So a lot of teams don't bleed as much throughout the game on mining as they do on other maps. So it ends up going to caps a lot. Especially in these 5th drops on deciding matches where you really don't want to lose, so you play safe.
Yeah, both teams are playing quite cautious. Are there any drops that you want to go over, either of the two of you, Ghosty or Bacon Lord?
Yeah, nothing really for me.
Okay, I'm comfortable feeling wrapping up the stream here for now. Come back.
Yeah,
for
let's
that
wrap it up
match
now.
later
Go get
tonight.
some dinner. Yeah, because we got one more tonight.
Yeah, I am hungry.
I don't
will
know if
admit to that.
Ghosty had anything to go over, but yeah, you guys have been.
We don't
not
care
really.
about
Thank you
Ghosty's
guys for
opinion.
casting.
Yeah, my opinions don't matter clearly.
All right. So I'm going to thank teams for showing up and playing, letting us watch their matches. All the viewers coming out supporting MechWarrior Online competitive. Hit a follow on the channels. We will be back in a little while. It was Therax on MWO League's main channel, and for an alternate view, maybe you want to check the VOD out. We've got Level casting on MWO League's 2, so hit a follow on that channel as well. And we had 3 different experts. Ghosty, Bacon Lord, and Direwolf all sitting in with us. So thanks for spending some of your time here today, not just playing comp, but also coming in helping out with the cast. And that's it for me. I'm gonna wrap it up. So thanks all, and I'm cutting the stream.
Am I going crazy, or did I just hear a duck quack?
I think you're going crazy.
Well, we'll see if I'm here in a few hours, because I might have a brain tumor at this point.
No. It's Bacon playing with the soundboard. God
I thought the soundboard was blocked in this channel.
Toxic.
I didn't know the soundboard was enabled here.
I didn't realize either until I saw the emoji, because I have the soundboard muted. But too much abuse during EQ scrims, I'll tell you that much.
All right. You got everyone viewing? See you guys in a few hours.
All right, I